All right. All right, we got it figured out, hopefully. But as we all know, probably not. And because I didn't save my split before I restart my computer, I had to rebuild this. I'll be able to build it quickly. I think that's it, right? Okay. Okay. There we go. How am I feeling today? Feeling good. It's POE1 day. It's like Christmas. Three and a half hours until the announcement. I need to pull up my fob gun guide again.
Got that one right. Yeah, we're fine.
And then we can just drop this right here so we don't lose it. So we need a red, green, green shield charge. And we need all greens, a red, green, green offhand. Peacock, it does all the damage based off of the magnitude of your life flask, right? And then you can't have a weapon, if I remember correctly. What build are we running? It's going to be explosive concoction. But in order to do that, you go galvanic arrow into poison concoction. All right, here we go. We're trying to run on 9. It's been a while, a long while since I've done this, so I'm gonna do real bad here. It didn't start it. Didn't start it. Okay. Why? Oh, I didn't put on global hotkeys. Boink. Let it go for 10 seconds. Callie, stop it. Callie, stop it. All right, let's go. Callie, come here. Come here. Hey, stop it. Hey, Callie, come here. Come here. No. Okay, no. Be nice, okay? No. Drag him by the door. He's dead. So what we do is we walk through here, and we hit F5. Oh, not it. How do we... I don't know how to do this anymore. What's the F9? Oh. Okay. There. Yeah, okay. I don't remember what to do at all. This is why I'm going to be so slow. Galvanic arrow, right? And then all this is bad, right? And then we go over here. And then Fubgun has a regular expression in his thingy. Here it is. Copy, paste. Looking for green, 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 or green, green, red. Let's take a quiver. Having a quiver is better than not having a quiver. Wait, what? I can't enter the coast? That was interesting. Yeah, it was the 3-link Peaconk shield, but I guess I could have considered buying the shield for poison concoction there. Don't remember this at all. I do remember you don't need to kill anything. Okay. My command is wrong. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's 1 p.m. Pacific time, not CST. Does the command say CST? Food here? I don't have any food. You ordered Chinese, right? I'm good. What food did you get? You got Chinese, right? I don't like how I can't see the player health bars here. This is also the worst layout possible. Or the enemy health bars is what I meant to say. That, right? Okay. Let's work out all the kinks and then reset this and go again. There we go. That's a billion times better. I can actually see the damage that I'm doing. Oh, okay. Guess it's now as good a time as any to try again. What happened? An unexpected disconnection occurred. Steam duplicate login requests. What? 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 What the what? What? It's in 3 hours and 18 minutes, guys. Oh, I guess we go again. I was going to reset anyway. I'm not even mad. Where do you get the live split layout for PoE? There is no such thing. I just made it myself. Yep, you need the music on. True. Okay, we're going on 9. One of the 9. What's the new season mechanic for PoE 1? I'm not sure, but I'm kind of hoping it's powers. I'm honestly, like, really hoping. Oh. Oh. God. Man, dude. How many problems could I possibly have? How many things could possibly be wrong? There must be some setting. There must be some setting where it overrides. How do you get it to not restore clipboard there? God, how many possible settings do I have to set up to play this game? It deleted my regular expression. Jesus. Let's see if it works now. All right. Let's keep going here. PoE 1 is a 5-monitor game. Yeah, it's been a year-long wait. So 305 to the Mudflats is unspeakably horrible. We're gonna keep going here. It's fine. That's why we practice on softcore. We'll probably play softcore in the league anyway. I just don't have enough knowledge in this game to play hardcore anyway. I honestly can't remember if 449 is a good time or not. It's probably horrible. I can't remember. Will I be testing out 0.2.1 for POE2? I have no plans to test that out until the next league. Like, I think that the changes that they're making are great. They are great, but I'm just waiting for the next major league to jump back in, because then it's going to be like Christmas morning for me, you know? If I keep going back with every little tiny incremental update, it's never going to feel special, you know? But I read the patch. I thought it was great. Okay, I don't really remember what to do here. Definitely the Quicksilver. It's Mirage Archer, right? We want to keep this and this. Both of those are good. I wonder how many drugs Zach De La Roca was on when he came up with "It Waddy Wando Whamly" as lyrics. "It Waddy Wando Whamly." I mean, I'm not judging. It's a great song. But a Wandy Whamlo Whamly is kind of isn't that kind of a weird lyrics there? All that's garbage.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Okay, I'm learning.
I've not
I'm learning.
seen wilderness like this before. There'll be
Why am I starting over and over and over? To practice. The whole point of this is practicing. The only way to get good at anything is to practice the fundamentals over and 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 over until you get good at it.
still breathing. That's a good sign. Exile, farewell. Oh, there's an eye.
Man, all those are big shit. This is 10 movement speed, though. That's not shit. So I'm going to do... So I'm going to have no damage here. Rocket. Should take that sash, by the way. Okay.
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
I need as many green sockets as I can possibly get. Oh. Oh, I ran... Oh. That was the worst pathing ever. I didn't realize that was the exit. And now we have the boss on us, so now we're screwed. This is going to be a wipe. 99% sure. Dude, I don't do any damage. I do 0 damage. I don't know. It takes it. It's like I'm fighting Nameless Puppet. It takes me 500 arrows to kill one monster. They must have had some buff that was outrageously resistant to whatever the fuck I was doing. It's impossible. 300 arrows to kill Aroa. What in the actual fuck is going on here? Yeah, it's like they're from POE2. It's fucking unbelievable.
That's a good sign.
I think we got to go down here. Oh.
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
Why do I keep running into the boss? Why? What? He's never down here. He's always in the top left. Why 2 runs in a row is he in the bottom fucking right? Why? I've never seen him there. I've never fucking seen him there. 2 times in a row, the boss is there, insta kills me. Fucking God, dude. just don't fucking understand. How is this guy spawning in the bottom right corner of the map? I've never seen it one time. Never one time. No runs ever where I've ever seen him in the bottom right corner. Ever. And 2 runs in a row, he's sitting there. I don't understand. It's impossible. Is Grinding Gear Games editing POE1 as I play? Let me check. So once again, I'm going to do 0. Going to do 0 damage here because I don't have a quiver and I don't have a iron ring. I guess this is why people mule. I should probably be muling here. With how shit my character is. Then I'd have maybe an iron ring and the quiver. And then this would stop happening to me. I beat everything in Slormancer, so... no plans in the immediate future to go back to that.
The worms will have to wait a bit longer for this meal.
Extra damage and fire exposure. And look at how fast they are, man. I don't need more XP here. Here he is again, the boss. With 1,000 ads. It's in 3 hours, guys. It's in about 3 hours, guys. Okay, well. Pathetically, this is the best run we've done by a lot, so far. So let's switch that so I can live I want the Quicksilver. I want Mirage Archer, right?
Yes?
Remember, we do not want the 3-link to be in our bow. So we're looking for a different 3-link here.
Pain brings strength. That's nature for you. My mana is gone.
This is the wrong way. I do have a dash, by the way. I gotta use my dash. So I always want to kill the blues, right? The blues are a kill every time. We need many wisdoms. Okay. My damage, like always, seems very, very low. It's got all the wrong... We can't skip any of the orbs. Not skipping any wisdoms either. Okay, so I'm playing very, very slowly, but I should be an extremely high level, so that's something. It's not much. And I have a lot of currency. That's also good. But I'm definitely killing way too many monsters. I've got to find a way next time to do way more damage at this point. I don't have any iron rings and I don't have a good bow. I am not exactly sure how to fix that without... I know muling would maybe fix it. Take the alchemy here. Take the transmute here. Okay, I'm way too high of a level. But I guess for practice, that's not a terrible thing. If you're practicing, I guess there's nothing wrong with over leveling and going slow. This is definitely over leveling and going slow. That's for damn sure. Supposed to always kill the blues. Let's just put a time on the board. This might actually be a tough fight for me, by the way. About to find out. Can you dash over this? Yes, you can. Okay, I've seen worse. I've seen worse. A yellow iron ring is quite possibly the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. 10% movement speed boots. Faster attacks. I don't know, faster attacks. We have a life flask as well. I mean, this is better than nothing. So what do I need to buy? I gotta check my guide here. I bet I need Frostblink and Sniper's Mark. So I need Frostblink. How am I... How am I supposed to have the int required? I mean, this bow is so much better than mine.
Stay sharp out there.
How am I don't know. With a necklace. Haste with extra life. What? Nice to meet you, Satan. So you're supposed to buy... Why does my dash now dash me backwards? Turn off the check mark. Thank you. I would have never figured that out if I played this game for 1,000 years. Thank you. Like, if I played it for 1,000 years, I would have never figured that out. Ah, the mana notable gives it to you, okay.
Prey grows more fierce, so must the hunter.
Okay, 19-minute Brutus is
Quite
super
aren't you?
unbelievably insanely horrible, but let's at least put down a time at least. Vinay circlet. What does that mean? Well, I don't even have a hat, so
With some. Yes?
can't be worse than mine, right? I mean,
What little help I can offer.
I need some wisdoms, man. 205 energy shield. That seems pretty good. Precision. I don't think we use either of these, right? I don't know. Maybe we use precision later. Do I have anything actually good? I need a shield.
Goodbye. Hello.
Okay. I'm learning. I suck, but I'm learning. Well, there's a shield. I need any shield for later, right? Sapphire ring is huge, right? Sapphire ring is big good. That's something that I got. I'll take that. Quicksilver flask. Excuse me, sir. Longbow. Excuse me, sir. It's a little too late for a bow, though. Was there announcement? The announcement is coming. It's not out yet. It's happening in 3 hours. Big live stream. God, I love the Dire Straits. Poison concoction. And now what I need is I need a big life flask,
Farewell.
right? And then I still don't have the correct shield. Alright. Oh, I gotta use the shield that I've got, I guess. Okay, I need both of those for poison concoction. I don't have the right gems for poison concoction, by the way. So that was a huge miss, and this is the wrong way. Is it up? No, this whole thing is a dead end. I actually don't know which way to go. Let's try this way. So on the next floor is super dangerous. They have a bunch of Taliban. They run in and they try to bomb you. So we're going to try to not get bombed. Okay, here we go. So I can absolutely insta-die here. I can insta-die here at any moment. Just they appear out of nowhere and boom, dead. So I'm going to try to not let that happen. Don't know which way to go. Let's try down. That's them right there. See. It's unbelievable if these guys are still alive. My God, just die. So I don't have the right skill here. I don't even think I can kill this girl. I just don't have enough mana is the problem. I have a non-existent mana pool. Okay, well, we did a 30-minute run. Couple of things that I did horrifically wrong. I just have no damage. I have a starter bow with 1 mana per enemy killed, so I just do no damage. And I think that's pretty much the root of all of my problems. Poison concoction, I was supposed to have volley and LMP. I had neither of those. And I was supposed to activate precision, which I didn't. So a lot of horrifically bad mistakes. But I don't think I died there, so no deaths. 30-minute run. I'm not furious at it. So try again. Are there any POE1 gods in the chat? Okay. I need a better bow. Like, how many of the softcore racers mule on Ranger? Do you mule? You lose a minute, but you gain a lot of loot. Like, you lose a minute. Oh yeah, I died at the trial. Yeah, I died at the trial. That's just, yes, I did. That's because I was switching gear. I don't mind that one. Oh yeah, are there drops today, guys? There are drops during the event, aren't there? On Twitch? I forgot about that. Smoker, William, David, Van Cleef, Noxious, Mr. AJ. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Yeah, let me put that in the title. I forgot about that. Guys, is there a such thing as a mini air conditioner? Like, I know there's fans, obviously, but I need an air conditioner. I need an air conditioner for this room. Like, this room with the monitors and the PC. I'm gonna add another PC. It's actually the 7th layer of hell in here. There is an exterior wall attached to this room with a window, yes. Guys, a lot of you are saying you're feeling very intimidated by POE1, and I get why. What you're watching me do here? Vent out the exterior wall. Okay, I need something like that. Um, mini split window unit portable mini split. Okay, I'll have to look it up. Am I going to play D3 tomorrow? I might. I'm thinking about it. Is tomorrow Friday? I thought tomorrow was Thursday. Is tomorrow Friday? No. Yesterday was Wednesday, so today is Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. The game is not for you. If any of you guys are struggling with PoE1, what you're watching me do is like by far some of the hardest parts of PoE1. The hardest part of PoE1 is playing with nothing and building it into something, right? PoE1 becomes very, very, very easy if you have good gear. If I had traded any of you, even the biggest noobs out there, my full lightning strike character, and I just told you which buttons to press and you copied my tree, you would have shit on all content with no skill. You can definitely outgear like everything. The whole point is, how do you get a functioning character from nothing is definitely the trick in this game. So like, for example, you can learn everything about what you're trying to do in Act 1 from essentially just this picture. This. It just tells you what are you picking as your skills. So I need a green, green, green banana phone. And then I need these different... I don't know why we have mark on hit here when it drops in Act 4, so that shouldn't be there. Can you get a mark on hit in Act 1? It says minimum required level 38 anyway. So everything except mark on hit is what I'm looking for. And then your skill tree, you just literally copy it. You don't have to understand anything. You just copy it, right? So it's all about finding this green, green, green link. Now, what you want to do is you don't want it in your bow. That way you can, if you get a better bow, you can switch it. All right, so one of the smartest things you can do as a new player, I think, is mule. So I'll do a mule right now. What does anybody know? What class do you mule? Is it Ranger? Is it Templar? Is it? Does anybody know what you're supposed to mule? What do I want? I don't know. Just honestly, just scrolls of wisdom and an iron ring and a quiver. I don't even care. So maybe I'll just mule Ranger. What is a mule? I'm gonna show you right now. You do just Ranger for momentum. Okay, so here we go. So we're going to start the run here. Now, what muling is you start a character, you beat the first boss, then you throw everything that you've got into your stash, and then you make a new character. That's literally it. I'm going to demonstrate it right now. Doesn't a mule in the other games usually holds your items, but here it gives you items. I'll show you. So here we go. I start the league. Here I am on my Ranger. This isn't my real Ranger. This is my mule. So I run up here. Here's Jim Bob. Okay, back up. Now, when I kill him, oh, I got a legendary bow. Okay, is that Widow Hail or whatever? So then you go here, you can sell all the garbage. Now watch. Every single thing that you've got, everything, you throw it in here. And then you make a new character. I don't think I've ever gotten a legendary off of him before, ever. I don't think I've ever gotten one time. First time ever. So now when I get to my stash, I'm going to have so many more scrolls of wisdom. I'm going to have double the gear. I'm going to have better potions. And all I lost was about 2 minutes, right? I lost a minute and a half of time. But the idea is the whole run should be so much easier on me. Because I have all that extra currency and gear. Okay, just grab everything. Grab it all. So we'll take the life flask. Take the mana flask. I mean, eight decks. So then take this out. momentum with Galvanic.
Hello.
So now what I can do is I can buy an island ring. And then I can go over here. And then I can buy... I don't want a 3-link on a bow. I can also buy a quiver. Okay. There we go. So I lost about a minute and a half muling, but I have an island ring. I have a legendary bow. That was just pure luck. I have way more flasks. And yes, I could 3-to-1 them, but I can't wear the... Yeah, I'm trying to go explosive concoction. But I won't get that far though. Not until I clean up my early game. Okay. Now you can see I'm just way stronger, not just from the legendary bow, but also from the see the difference between when these guys die in like one shot and when they don't? Makes such a huge difference. Oh my god, a yellow island ring. Need a scroll of wisdom to put it on. Can't even wear it. GG. There we go. So now I should be way, way stronger than last time. So I'm down about 2 minutes right now, but I'm so much strong. I have 2 iron rings, a quiver, and a legendary bow. Now the legendary bow is just pure luck, but we should be completely cooking here. Night and day difference. So because I'm so much stronger, we will save some time over the run for sure. The question is how much? That buckler is actually pretty good. Beautiful. That was pretty damn good.
Got a job for you, if you will.
Might actually take that bow. I don't have
Farewell.
So let's put dash somewhere. Put it here. Okay. It's a dead end. Hopefully this isn't the wrong spot. So we should be able to go a lot faster this time. Yeah, this would never happen on launch, exactly. No chance. Take that transmute. All whites? That was unlucky. Okay. I've already gained 20 seconds back that I've lost muling. Oh. This guy's almost 100 owed me. Scrolls of wisdom are like the godliest thing in the game. We will put the largest wiener in our mouth, a complete jawbreaker, for scrolls of wisdom. This game. What if it's not making sense still? Big dick and mouth for wisdoms. I guess, yeah. Yeah, like, it's not even like guessing, like for sure. There's no guessing about it, really. There's no guessing. I definitely want that large life flask. Oh my god. Lee blah blee blah in my hands. Very nice lyrics, Mr. Scallions. There's no amount of wisdoms that I won't pick up. Large mana flask, by the way. God, I love life. I am crushing my previous time already. I think I've already made up not only the entire 2 minutes that I lost muling, but even a lot more than that already. And I should be, yeah, I'm also a pretty damn high level as well. So everything about this run so far is going great by my standards. Like, I suck, so my standards are very low. But still. I just cooked that guy. Oops. I need LMP. Need to save a buckler of some kind. That's godly. Oops. I can't even wear it yet. I need to buy a Frostblink.
Hello. Take care.
I can't even wear it. Okay. Playing much better than last time by a lot. So that makes me happy. Playing much... By the way, let's grab those. I need a blue socket of some kind. I need a blue socket of any flavor, really.
You out of your misery.
Okay. Easy. So I believe the exit on this layout is in the bottom right, if I remember correctly. It looks like I did remember correctly. Wow, I went straight to the exit. Yeah, we are 2 minutes ahead of last run, and we're 2 minutes ahead of last run. And remember, we lost 2 minutes in the beginning. So we've made up 4 minutes from muling. So I guess what that is telling me is I'm a garbage ass piece of shit noob, and I need to mule stuff, is what that's telling me. Which is fine. I just need to understand how bad I am. But now that I understand... Absolutely shit on. Not even close.
For any wounded animal, Brutus. Hello. What little help?
What's the other gem that it wants me to have? Volley. So I need to buy a sniper's mark and volley.
What little help I can offer.
Let's do it now.
Farewell.
Okay, I don't have enough for volley right now. Just got absolutely ambushed at the start. Why am I taking so much damage? Okay. God, what the... What is doing this to me? I can't even move. God, I hate this game. Why is this map full of 1,000 elites that are murdering me?
Life and death live side by side. This is a strange land.
I don't have any portal scrolls, so we have to do this. Hey, Path of Exile, that freeze right there, that freeze only lasts for about an hour. And I think every freeze, especially in the early game, should be like a minimum of 2 hours. You guys agree? I think she should freeze us for way longer than an hour. Like an hour is just not enough. I don't know how else to say it. It's just not enough.
Man in a bad situation.
Oh shit. The run's over. I just lost my whole run, actually. I think. Yes, I just lost my entire run. Okay. Well, that was a really good run. Let me pause the timer to see what my time would have been. I just lost my entire run there. Because I didn't have a portal scroll. So let me just pause it and run back there without killing anything. I'm gonna try not to kill anything. I'm just gonna run. Why? Because I didn't have the waypoint. So now I would have to run back from multiple zones behind. I saw I'm Exile do 1 hour 55 minutes. That was insane. Okay. So I need to run where I was. And then restart the timer. Okay. Go. Let's just see what our time was. That way we can actually know. It's actually a pretty big time loss already because It's already a pretty big time loss because I didn't have a portal scroll. Okay. So now we want poison concoction. So galvanic, mirage, maybe that stays. And I want poison concoction. Okay, I almost made a huge mistake there. Okay, this is the Bis buckler. I just got it. So I need volley. Right? So I can't use it yet. So let's do Galvanic and Mirage Archer. This would be Volley, Poison Concoction, LMP in a moment. The momentum can go here. I would need faster attacks and shield charge. It's actually hilarious. Even after all of that, I still don't have anywhere near enough scrolls of wisdom to buy the things that I actually want. So that's one thing that I need. And then I need that. And then I can sell this. And then okay. Well, I need shield charge and faster attacks.
Farewell.
Did I buy it? Okay, it costs a transmute. Okay, I can't even do it. So that was obviously extremely slow. Need to hit 12. Okay. LMP, Peacock. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Need this. This becomes shield charge. This becomes poison concoction. And then I also have this. Okay, there we go. Well, we made the correct build at least, and we the problem is I attack so slow. Like, do you see how slow I attack? Like, maybe you can't tell. I attack so slow. God, I need to fix that ASAP. Like, as fast as I possibly can is a huge concern. How slow I attack. Yeah, this seems to do way more damage than what I was doing last time. By the way, I also have Sniper's Mark. Let's do that. Oh, and I'm dead instantly? Okay, I survived. Okay, here we go. See how we do here. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that, actually. I lost... That's 28 minutes with a mule. So I lost 2 minutes and still gained 2 minutes. So I was +4 for that section. So that's pretty good. I saved 4 minutes on my second run. I'm pretty happy with that. It's a terrible time, but... I need to see, what do I not need on here? Let's go with these. I don't need Mirage Archer or Galvanic Arrow or this anymore. Yeah, guys, the announcement is in about 2 hours. My build seems like very lethargic right now. But it will get a lot faster. It's just not fast right now.
Luxury and cruelty go hand in hand.
Whenever you get to blues, you've got to kill them, right? So the waypoint always points the right way. The waypoint points down, so it's down. Yeah, I don't have a weapon because with concoction, poison concoction, you can't have a weapon. So that's why no weapon. Actually, the real reason I'm not wearing a weapon is because I just got done playing some Souls games. And the Souls community requires that you don't use a weapon to beat all bosses. Otherwise, they hate you forever. So I figured POE community was the same way. So I just got used to playing naked with no weapon to avoid ridicule. I just got done playing Liza P, and I don't think I had the greatest run ever, but I had almost exactly 50 total deaths for the entire game. And I actually got a couple of messages of some people. They were genuinely, like, actually mad at me for only dying 50 times. They were calling me a piece of shit noob. They were saying I must think I'm hot shit. They were saying that the original patch was so much harder. You should have seen how much I would have died if I would have played on their terms. It's like, bro, I don't think you have any idea how pathetic you sound right now. I don't have to go back, right? I think I just have to pick up the gem. I hope to God that's right. Do I take a herald here? Jesus, I have no idea. Haste. I thought you use a herald here, guys. Don't you? For a while? I'm gonna take Herald of Ice. Yeah, they were genuinely pissed off. It's like, oh my god. The anger level.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here. I think. Goodbye.
Stay sharp out there.
Okay. That was very slow, but that's okay. It's crazy how easily I can jump from game to game. I mean, I appreciate you saying that, Nev Angel, but my performance here today has been remarkably bad. You want to know what my PB is on Act 1? You want to know what my PB... And I'm not good at all. I suck, but you want to know what my PB is? 21:30. 7 minutes faster than what I just did. God, this is a huge waste of time. Got a legendary for it, though. That's pretty cute. Like, I could be wrong. Like, one thing that genuinely holds me back, I think, between, like, other Souls players is my anger level. Like, I hope, I guess the word I would choose is I hope that people don't get as angry as I do. Like, seething, blinding rage. If I could get past that... I actually don't even think it makes me play. It's not that I play that much worse. It's not even a play style thing. It's like a health thing. Like when you get actually that mad, it can't be good for you. But if I didn't have that level of rage, I think I could be like a very, very good like Souls speedrunner. If I practiced a lot, I think I could be real good because it's actually pretty predictable. But again, the thing that holds me back is the anger. So I don't know if I can ever become a Soul speedrunner because I don't have the attitude for it. I have the attitude to practice, 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 and get 300 perfect parries in a row. That's not the problem. The problem is seething rage. Just gonna kill the blues and leave. That's an int amulet, isn't it? This guy's almost dead. There's a bunch of spiders coming. I'll kill him too. Probably a terrible decision. Oh shit, I started in Act 1. Dang it. I have no idea what's a good time for Act... take that. Actually, it's starting to come back to me. I think what I'm aiming for here... Can I drop any of these? This is better for me, so let's switch it. 2 legendaries in this run. That's kind of a Keck W, isn't it? What's up, guys? Yeah, we're just waiting for the POE1 announcement, guys. It's coming. Okay, do I have precise technique yet? Yes, I do. That'll be a massive damage increase. When you have precise technique, you don't need precision, right? Because you can't miss. I want to kill you. Where is she? I don't even know where she is. Hello? Where's the boss? Oh, here. Is this her? Where is she?
The king of rats. A feast.
What troubleshooting? Going?
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Oh, you need more accuracy than life? Oh, okay. So precision needs to be on then. I mean, I don't have any life 5 heads, so that's how I'm solving that, Keck W. Well, I went the complete wrong way. Okay, we found the road. Found the waypoint. I don't know. I don't know what's the right way. I'm so confused. So again, we're trying to kill all the blues here. Now these are explodey boys as well. Does the waypoint points to what? The bandit? Oh. Oh. I died. What's the circle? Precision, I believe.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Let's do oak now. I'm a smart guy and a gifted gamer. Well, damn, if I'm ever feeling bad about myself, I'll just go into the POE1 directory. You guys know something interesting? I've made this comment a lot, and I'm going to keep making it. Everyone told me when I was a Diablo player, they said that the POE1 community is the biggest pieces of shit, the most elitist, like, people you never want to be around. That has not been my experience at all. Like, really not at all. Everyone here is pretty nice, actually. Not everybody, but way more than the public would lead you to believe. POE are the elitists. I mean, I've seen way worse, my friend. I see. The thing is actually behind us. It's the worst layout possible. It's behind us. It's got to be right here in this corner, yep. I got no one to blame but myself there. I should have known that. Okay, I think this points toward the bandit, if I remember correctly, and I'm right. I would like to help you. Thank you for that. I think we can just actually go back. Go to Act 2. Give her the Apex Dealy Bob or whoever wants it. Who is it? You? Nobody wants it? Alright, never mind then. Let's go to the Weaver.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I'm very happy there's a new POE1 league. Wish I was smart enough to make my own builds in this game. God, I hope Fobgun doesn't do Lightning Strike again. If he does something different that looks cool, maybe I'll just copy Fobgun's build again. Problem is Fubgun is a much like calmer person than me. He's like okay with dying sometimes, and I'm really not. Take some loot to sell. Let's try this way. This way is also wrong. I'm choking.
That would only slow me down.
I need this for later.
Go with courage.
Troubleshooting.
Okay. Could do a lot more damage if I got a better, what's it called? A better, health potion. Pretty sure my damage... I clicked the shrine, still don't have it. There we go. Grand Life Flask. Just what the doctor ordered. Now we're going to do a lot more damage. But I don't know. The thing that I hate about this build is it drains your health potions. So the way that this is spec'd, I think would only work in softcore. Like I actually couldn't heal myself there.
Looks like this land and I are coming to an understanding.
What? Don't know which way to go. Let's try this way. Need to put in my... I need to put in my skill points here, passive points.
In the world I know.
Pretty sure we go up to the fire mastery thing, this thing. Maybe I was supposed to go the down way. When is the event? It's in 1 hour and 23 minutes. Another grand live flask. I absolutely need that. We do not need to do Dread Thicket, right? We do Dread Thicket the second time. Do we have to go to town here?
Not travel far.
Maybe I went to town for no reason.
There's go with
Damn it. Went to town for no reason. Well, I guess while we're here... I think 137 evasion is much better than what I've got there. Let's put this on. We need this for later. Aramir, what do you want? Okay, if we get one more... If we get one more level before the boss, we can take this. We went straight to a dead end, by the way. Realm is restarting in 20 minutes. God damn it, Grindy Gear Games. Can't you see I'm playing right now? Agent Diffie Valereth, or Valerie, did I say that right? Bradical, Nick, Rennie, Peru, Daytime. Okay, so my pathing here has been terrible. Hey, how? I apologize if I butchered any of those names. Thank you guys for the subs and the primes, guys. Appreciate that one. Thank you, guys. Okay, well... Oh my god, I went every fucking wrong way possible. Chow sword, by the way. Do I not have my loot filter on? Chow's is pretty good. Oh god, another dead end. Okay, at least I can see the damn door. That door is a debate that it's showing me. So that's not it. This is the right door that it's showing me now. This one. Okay. This is a new build for the season. I'm just practicing leveling up. That's all we're doing here. Okay, 56 is a horrendous time.
That would only slow me down.
Okay, I'm supposed to go like this to walk 2 millimeters faster.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Do I have to I forgot, guys. Do I have to actually do this quest, or am I only here for the lab? Do I... Wait, I have to do it, right? I can't remember. Don't I have to do it because I have to get the keys to the sewer, don't I? Thought I have to do it. This is the crematorium. I have to do this to get to the keys of the sewer. Yeah. Cherry Piety is here. I don't know. I don't even understand what to do. I don't have a healing potion. What should I do? I have no idea what to do with my passives now. I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't know. I think I did it right so far. Could be wrong though. I don't think I'm supposed to have 300 health in Act 3. It's just a guess, but I don't... I can't portal because I had to do the Can I buy Hostay yet?
Don't do anything on it.
Let me look at the passive tree here. Now he gets point blank. And then the accuracy wheel. I guess let's just get this since I'm already here. Okay, I mess this up every time. So let's see if by some miracle I cannot mess this up, but I'm sure I'll mess it up. Because I mess it up every time. Okay, there's one on the left. And then the part that I always mess up is whether or not there's one in the bottom right or if there's two at the top up here. And what I always do is I think that there isn't the one on the bottom right, and there always is. So, I guess... Oh, well that solves that. Well, does it solve that? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't solve that. See, my inclination would be to say that there isn't one here. But there is. I'm so glad I checked. See, I keep always getting debated by this. So now there isn't one at the top, so now we just go to the exit in the top right. See, I always mess that up. Thank God. I'm so glad that my spidey senses there are completely incorrectly calibrated. Now here, I only have to do the lab. This is the thing that I don't have to do. I have a feeling that's the wrong way. Could be absolutely wrong, but yeah, it was the wrong way. Okay, thank God. Got that one right at least. Okay.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Now I believe the thing here is I believe you want to be at least level 24 before you enter the docks. I'm almost 25. So my XP is definitely good. And I think it was said that it was recommended to level to at least 25 in the docks. I should get that more than easily. Dock should be right here. Okay. So here, I'm doing very well on XP. So we actually shouldn't have to spend a ton of time in the docks. But the XP is just so good here. Maybe we still kill some Jim Bobs around here. Not sure what the play is. I've already gotten almost a full level and I've been here for 1 second. That's why the docks are so good. The docks are crazy. Only get this one time, right?
That would only slow me down.
Okay, I've already gotten
I'm not up to that just yet.
1.5 levels and I've been here for 5 seconds. The docks are goated. Even when you go the wrong way, at least you're getting a shitload of XP. This is not what we want, right? Fairgraves and the waypoint is not the right answer. This is the correct answer. Okay.
You getting there?
I don't even know what are we supposed to take here? 500 accuracy. And then we're supposed to take this.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
I don't know if we're supposed to talk to this guy. Can I buy not grace, haste? I can.
Watch yourself.
Let's take out Sniper's Mark, I guess, for haste. Let's put haste here. Then we go here, right? Okay. So it's about to kick me out, right? Okay.
I've never felt further from what I know and love.
Realm restart in 4 minutes. Realm restart in 4 minutes. Is it just a restart? Is it coming right back up or what?
I'm not up to that just yet.
What's new in the patch? We're about to find out. Oh, in this particular patch? I don't know, but it's about to be a huge announcement here. It's going to be epic. Take the int one, I guess, and this. I already have a better one. Crazy. Is that a colossal mana flask? We're just gonna kite Jim Bob back here. Boy, I wish I could heal myself. Colossal life flask, huge upgrade for me. It's restarting in 1 minute. Let's see if we can make to the next waypoint here, and then we'll pause the timer when I get DC'd. Lunaris Temple. I think this is one of the coolest zones. It's so blue. Not this particular part, but it gets pretty blue. It looks nice. Restarting in 30 seconds. I think the waypoint is literally right next to me somewhere. Just gotta find it. Got 10 seconds to find it. It's okay, just keep trucking along here. It's beginning realm restart. There it is. Got it. Okay, let's pause the timer. Okay. We'll let it kick me out. What class am I playing? This is a ranger. Rax, you've been playing POE1 for how many years and done the campaign how many times? Not sure exactly when you get the keys to the sewer. You're sounding like me, my man. I've only been playing POE1, old man, for 1 year, actually. I'm actually pretty new to POE1. The whole time I was playing Diablo 4, or Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. If I had played POE1 for 1/10 of the time that I have been playing the other games, I wouldn't have any questions, you know what I mean? Kuno, Small Purple, thank you so much for the subs, guys. All right. Let's understand. I'm kind of surprised. I need to read what explosive concoction does. In order to get explosive concoction, do you have to do library? Yeah, the drops start in 1 hour, guys. When will I be posting the build for us POE2 players to enjoy POE1? I gotta pick a build first. I'm that's why I'm playing so early. Yeah, I didn't even see. What do they ascend into? Do they ascend into Pathfinder or? Does anybody know which one? Does anybody know which POB or which Ascendancy Fubgun grabs first? Does he get Tailwind or Far Shot first? He gets Tailwind first? Okay. You can lower the level in the drop box? Where do I do that? The bottom left. Oh, Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So, is there any way to see step by? Can you scroll step by step on this, or no? Can I scroll step by step somehow? I didn't notice he gets this. Oh, that's because he doesn't take it yet. I see. He just picks up one to try to get phasing. Okay. The realm is down for maintenance. If ever a child and his name isn't Jim Bob. Well, guys, if there's maintenance, there's only one logical thing to do.
Slovenia.
Time to do some country quizzes while we wait for it to come back up. Let's start with Europe. Slovenia. So before we start, let's see here. Portugal, Spain, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Ireland, UK, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Czechia, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Italy. This is Luxembourg, Liechtenstein. This might be Andorra. Can't remember what this is, but I think I'll know when I see it. San Marino, Vatican City. Let's see. Greece, Bulgaria, North Macedonia. This might be Albania, but I'm not sure. This is Serbia, maybe. This is Croatia. I think this is Bosnia and Herzegovina. Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, Cyprus, maybe Malta. I think that's all of them, if I might have missed one. So, Poland, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Switzerland, Austria, Hungary, Slovenia. I think this is Slovenia.
Liechtenstein.
So one of these is Luxembourg, and one of these, I think this is Luxembourg and this is Liechtenstein. It's that or it's that backwards.
Netherlands.
Netherlands is here.
Poland.
Poland is here.
Greece.
Greece.
France.
France.
Russia. Malta.
See, I think this is Malta. I'm not 100, but I think it's Malta.
Andorra.
So Andorra is either here or here. I think it's here.
Vatican City State.
I think Vatican City is
Serbia.
here. Serbia, I think, is here.
Monaco.
Monaco. That must be what this is.
Albania.
Albania, let's see. Bulgaria, North Macedonia. Is this Kosovo? Is this Albania? I'm not 100.
Luxembourg.
Yeah. Okay, Luxembourg is here.
Belarus.
This is Ukraine. Belarus is here.
Hungary.
Hungary. Let's see. Belgium, Germany, Denmark, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary.
Kosovo.
I think it's this one or this one. I think it's the center one.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
This is Croatia, so this is Bosnia.
Czech Republic.
Czechia is here.
Portugal.
Portugal is here.
Estonia.
Estonia is here.
Latvia.
Latvia is right below it.
Finland.
Norway, Sweden, Finland.
Montenegro.
Montenegro. That's got to be this one, right?
Lithuania.
Lithuania, Spain,
Norway.
Norway,
Iceland.
Iceland. This is Ireland. This is Iceland.
Croatia. Germany. Denmark. Ireland. Austria.
Switzerland, Austria.
Moldova. Sweden. Switzerland. Slovakia. North Macedonia. Belgium. San Marino. United Kingdom. Italy. Romania. Ukraine. Cyprus. Bulgaria.
Okay, that was free. Let's try Asia. It's going to be way harder. Now let's try Asia. Asia country quizzes. Can anybody let me know when it's back up? This is going to be brutal. Brutal.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, Jesus. Okay. All right. So I should be able to figure this out. So all the stands are right here. I think this is Kazakhstan, and then there's like Turkmenistan, Tajikistan. I think this is Pakistan. So Afghanistan, or no, is this Pakistan? This might be Iran. Afghanistan, fuck, man. It's one of the, I think it's one of these two. India, China, South Korea, North Korea, Japan. This is either Thailand or Taiwan. I don't know why I can't ever remember. Then Philippines, Indonesia, Myanmar, Vietnam, all of them are over here. Laos is over here. All right, let's think about this. Which one is Afghanistan? I'm gonna guess this, but it might be this. Let's try this.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, I think is here.
Bahrain.
Bahrain. I got no fucking idea, man. No clue. All right, Bahrain. All right. What's over here? Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Armenia, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Yemen are all over here. So I guess Bahrain is not over here. These are all the stands. This is China, India. So we're running out of countries here. So it might be something weird like this or this or this. So I'm going to guess, I don't know. This maybe? Fuck, I don't know. Let's go with this one. That's Bhutan. Okay, Bhutan. Bahrain. Jesus, I'm stupid. I don't know. I just don't know where it is. I just have no idea. So if it's not, this is Bhutan. Is this, I'm going to sound real stupid. Is this Nepal? Maybe? So I could be wrong, but I think this is Nepal. Maybe like it. No, this is India. So this maybe? Bangladesh. Jesus Christ. I don't know where it is. I have no idea. Maybe it's one of these weird. Maybe it's one of these weird ones. Let's try this one. I mean, I have. Fuck.
Uzbekistan.
Okay. Uzbekistan. Well, it's over here somewhere. Would have never got that. Uzbekistan. This is Kazakhstan. I think the top two are Tajikistan, Turkmenistan. I think. So Uzbekistan has got to be one of these two, I think. So let's try, I don't know, this one? That's Tajikistan. What about this one? Nope, I'm completely wrong.
Tajikistan.
God, dude. I am such a piece of shit.
Iran. Malaysia.
Malaysia. Is Malaysia China's hat? No, it's Mongolia. So Malaysia is down here then. One of these is the Philippines. Philippines, Malaysia. Chat, no helping. This is Myanmar. I think. Is this Vietnam? I think this is Laos. Cambodia is somewhere over here as well. Malaysia. Is this Malaysia? I think it's one of these. I think this is the Philippines. Let's try this one. I have no idea. I didn't even see Indonesia. What about this one?
Kazakhstan.
Malaysia. Kazakhstan. Isn't that the super big ass one?
Turkmenistan.
Turkmenistan is here. Singapore is here.
Mongolia.
Mongolia is here.
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is over here somewhere. I think this is Turkey. Armenia is the really small one, I think. So what are the other two? It's Azerbaijan and Georgia. So I think Armenia is the baby one. So maybe this?
Kyrgyzstan.
Yes. Kyrgyzstan's
Maldives.
here. Maldives. Is this the Maldives? These islands? It's this or this, I'm pretty sure. One of these, is this Sri Lanka? So maybe this?
Myanmar.
Nice. Myanmar, I think is here.
Jordan.
Jordan. So this is this Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan? Nope. Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan.
South Korea.
God, I'm stupid.
East Timor.
East Timor. This has got to be one of these weird ass, like this shit or something, right?
Yemen.
Yeah. Is it Oman, Yemen, or Yemen, Oman? I can't remember. Oh, Yemen is
Thailand.
first. I'm stupid. Thailand. This is Indonesia. I think this is Philippines. I think this is Taiwan. So is this Thailand? I think this is Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Philippines, Taiwan. So this?
Iraq,
Thank God. Iraq. Iraq. Is this Iraq?
Sri Lanka,
Sri Lanka.
Philippines,
Philippines. This is Indonesia. Philippines. Brunei. We've found. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm stupid. I don't know where Brunei is. Bhutan, Bangladesh. Brunei. If I was Brunei, is this it?
Laos,
Laos. Is this Laos?
India,
India?
Japan,
Japan?
Kuwait.
Finally, some easy ones. Kuwait. Kuwait has got to be this or this. Try this one.
Bangladesh,
Nice. Bangladesh.
North Korea,
North Korea.
Vietnam,
Vietnam.
Syria,
Syria is here.
Armenia,
Armenia is the baby one.
Nepal,
Nepal, I think, is here.
Bhutan,
Bhutan.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Qatar,
Qatar. So this is Oman. So Qatar is either here or here, and the other one is United Arab Emirates. It's one of these two, and the other one is UAE. Nope, got it
China,
backwards. I'm stupid.
Georgia,
Georgia,
Cambodia,
Cambodia,
Lebanon,
Lebanon, Syria, Lebanon, Israel.
Pakistan,
Pakistan is
United Arab
Reptar.
Emirates,
UAE is here. Israel is here.
Taiwan,
Taiwan is here.
Oman,
Oman is here.
Indonesia.
Indonesia is here. 79. That's terrible. You can download the patch now. Okay, thank you. Let me let me exit Steam so I can get the patch here. Will I ever play D3 again? I'm thinking about playing the launch tomorrow. 79 on Asia is terrible. Okay, the update is going. It's in Kui.
Bangladesh,
Let's go again to redeem ourselves. Bangladesh
China,
is here. China is here. Kazakhstan is here. Syria is here. Malaysia. Why is this so hard for me?
Qatar,
Qatar.
Uzbekistan,
Uzbekistan. Is that this one? Nope. This one?
United Arab Emirates,
UAE is here.
Jordan,
Jordan. Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan.
Mongolia,
Mongolia.
Vietnam,
Vietnam.
Laos,
Laos.
Iran,
Iran.
Philippines,
Philippines.
Cambodia,
Cambodia.
Kyrgyzstan,
Kyrgyzstan.
Israel,
Israel.
Tajikistan,
Tajikistan.
Thailand,
Thailand. This is Sri Lanka. This is Taiwan. This is Thailand.
Oman,
Oman is here.
India,
India is here.
Taiwan,
Taiwan is here.
East Timor,
East Timor is this weird ass one or something.
Maldives,
Maldives. South Korea.
Georgia,
Georgia.
Saudi Arabia,
Kuwait.
Japan,
Japan.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Singapore,
Singapore is here.
Myanmar,
Myanmar. Indonesia.
Nepal,
Nepal.
Brunei,
This is Bhutan, right?
Armenia,
Armenia is the baby one.
Iraq,
Turkmenistan, Lebanon, Azerbaijan is here. Yemen,
Russia,
North Korea, Bahrain. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. This is
Sri
Bhutan.
Lanka,
Why can I never remember? Why am I such a dumbass? That's better. A little bit. I might play the D3 launch tomorrow. Thinking about it. Okay, are we back in here? We're in. 33 minutes, big announcement. All right. Where was I? I was in the Lunaris Temple. Okay, we're going to resume the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Piety, you've so much to answer for.
What's the update? I don't know what was in the patch. The patch, though, is not what we're looking for, right? What we're looking for is the big update in 33 minutes. That's what we were really looking forward to. So the thing that I know about this zone is if you're going up the stairs, you're going the right way. So I'm just always looking for the stairs. That's about it. So I don't have any resist here, so we're truly playing a softcore setup right here. I would have to go to my hideout and get all set up to actually survive Piety here.
What have you ever done but serve yourself?
This is a super softcore setup because it drains all of my Healy pots. It's a win. It's a win. Wasn't pretty, but she's dead. Did they end the Fracia event? That could have been it. Maybe that's what they did.
Tread carefully.
I don't know where to go now. I go Ebony Barracks into the... Fracia is over, okay. So apparently I don't have to do the library. So we don't have to do this, but I do have to do the... Got the crafting recipe. I got this. So now I actually can't die when I go here. I gotta stay alive, so... Oh, my resistances are actually really good. I just need cold or lightning. That's way too expensive. All right, now I'm super overcapped on my resistances. Love that. Love that for me.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Before we go, let's sell our gear here. And can I buy a 4-link? Nope. Okay, so I don't even know what I'm looking for econk. I'm looking for triple green, red. Okay. So I could use this.
Within these walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside. She shall weigh your mind in one hand, your heart in the other. Should she find sin in decision?
Okay, let's finish Act 3 and then get ready for the, let's finish Act 3 and then get ready for... the announcement.
The weary traveler draws close to the end that slumber should never be awoken. Accept no impasse. You were born for this. Pity the Emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Does anybody know, does explosive concoction also drain my Healy pots the same way? Is it the same thing? It doesn't? I need to read explosive concoction and see how it scales. It drains elemental resistance flasks. That's kind of weird.
Nobility is alive. You are inexhaustible. You are not an emperor if none will kneel before you.
By the way, I think I have the wrong supports for it as well. What am I supposed to do? Greater volley LMP. When do I get greater volley? Oops. The end of Act 4. Is that a link? Oh, dang it. Can I have the whetstone, please?
An aspirant can afford to be promised. An emperor must navigate your empire through trouble. Strike with fidelity.
I currently don't do very much damage, do I?
Are you a martyr? Your destination is more dangerous than
Oh,
the
just
journey.
grab everything. Treasure keys.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive,
Oh, I don't know.
embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
So he went Deadeye and he went Gathering Winds, right?
A woman can change the world with a single well-placed arrow.
Missing the flasks. When you say missing the flasks, what do you mean exactly? Sorry. What am I missing? I mean, both of those are way better than mine, right? Um,
I'm not up to that just yet. Why do we insist on building mountains? Why not just go and climb them?
Okay. Okay. Man, what a weird layout, man. Yeah, I can't remember. Is level... I'm about to be level about 30 going into Act 4. Can't remember what I'm supposed to be at, if I'm being completely honest.
It is woman's purpose to tempt and try the will of man.
Jesus. These guys are not invited to my birthday party.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Attacks for God! Die in awe! The light of divinity! This world
Okay.
exile.
They added support for their new supporter packs.
You've given me so much. Some of us live to regret our mistakes. Some of us don't.
Okay.
Try not to take it personally.
So let's pause the timer there. We have a 131 Act 3, which is terrible. But the only thing that I do have going for me is I do have capped resistances. So that's something. Okay. Let's get ready for the announcement, guys. Let's kill the music here. And let's get ready. Here we go. It's happening very soon. Can I run ads before the announcement? Let me try to figure that out. Yes, I can run a 3-minute ad break. I will do it closer to the start of it. Yeah, I never do this crap. I don't like running ads, but I'll do it when it gets closer. Good idea. Thank you. Run a 13-minute ad. I would never do that to you. I would never do that to you. Seattle, did you hit a new inflection point? Do you have the... What do you have? Do you have the diamond hoodie? You really hope they make POE like Diablo 4? Delathane, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Jeffrey, Victor, Techno, Smoth, Narcolic, MG Pro Audio, Kinyonly, Bladen. It's hard for me to see. Tee it up. Tee it up. A golfer, I see. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Let me turn up the volume here, by the way. I already know people are gonna ask, so let's get it going here. Let's get rid of the live split thing so it doesn't block stuff. You can stay here for the drops. You will get them all. I have the drops on. You can get the drops here. You don't have to go to the Grinding Gear Games stream. The drops will be here. You do not have to leave. You can leave if you want to. I'll miss you, but you don't have to. By the way, anybody watching on YouTube right now, there are no YouTube drops. If you want to watch, if you want to get the drops, watch this event on Twitch. Or, another hint, if you want to watch on YouTube, there is a trick you can do to get the drops. Open another tab, log into Twitch. Do not mute the stream. Do not mute the stream. Instead, right-click the tab at the top and mute the tab. If you mute the stream, you don't get the drops. But if you mute the tab, you do get the drops. So, one more time. If you're on YouTube and you want to get the drops, Log into Twitch, open the Grinding Gear Game stream or my stream, whatever stream you want. Don't mute the stream. Mute the tab that the Twitch stream is on, and you get your drops. And then you can go back to watching on YouTube like normal. I love cheating the system, so you always listen muted and always get the drops. That's not what I've heard. I've heard if you mute it, you don't get the drops. That's what I've heard. What are the drops? I think it's a helmet cosmetic. I thought it was mute tab. You see?
Hi, Callie. Yeah, I see you. Hello. Callie, we're gonna watch the Path of Exile announcement, okay? We'll play later, okay? Yeah!
So it is... yeah, mute site, yep. Or you could set the volume to 1%, another move. You can also turn the volume to 1%, another trick, yeah. Whatever you want to do. Okay. Twitch, I'm going to blast you with 3 minutes of ads, not because I want 38 cents from you, but so you don't get the ads during the presentation. So I'm going to click the button. Here we go. Okay. I really like this music. Toast. Bill. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. If you didn't get any ads, I don't know what to tell you. I clicked the button. I don't know how it works. I didn't even have the button on my dashboard. I had to add it, so... That's how much I don't press that button. It says I can run ads one more time in 2 minutes, but I think if you already got ads, you won't get them again. But I'll click it again in 2 minutes and see if anybody didn't get them, so you get them, so you don't get them during the presentation. I can't click it. I can't. It won't let me click it for a minute and 44 seconds. I'll click it again, and if you didn't get ads, it might give you an ad or two, and then it should be over. By the way, thanks for being here, guys. Means a lot that you're watching the review with me. POE1 is my favorite ARPG, so this is one of the few moments you will actually see me genuinely excited on my stream. It almost never happens. Guys, have you heard of a game called Watcher of Realms? Is Watcher of Realms a good game? Does anybody know anything about it? Can anyone tell me anything about Watcher of Realms? They want to work with me on something. I've never heard of them. Isn't it just a bad mobile game? I have no idea. I don't know what it is. I've never even heard of it. Is it a shitty mobile game? Okay, I can click the button in 6 seconds. I'm gonna click it one more time. Right now. Nope, never mind. I can't click it again. Fake news. I cannot click it again. It's a pay-to-win mobile game? Okay, that's all I needed to hear. I am gonna change my stream, guys. I am gonna change my stream. It's gonna change in about 1 week-ish. I'm gonna dual PC stream, and I'm gonna stream in 1440p. That is coming. I'll have it ready in about a week. Twitch just released it. Due to circumstances beyond our control, access to Watcher of Realms in the United States will be temporarily suspended. Is it like an argument between China and the United States or something? Is it like a mobile game that or something? What is a dual PC stream? One PC plays the games, one PC streams. Why aren't angry Redditors taking your bait in my chat? My chat is very, very calm. My chat is very serene. We've been plucking the weeds out of our garden for 6 straight years. There are very few bad apples on either chat. This is a nice, comfy place to be. We've banned all of the shitters for 6 straight years. My mic is quite low. That's on purpose because I'm not going to be talking starting in 23 seconds. Guys, when the thing starts, just tell me if the volume is fine. In fact, I'm already gonna guess that people are gonna say the volume is too low, so I'm gonna turn it up right now. You wanna know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna put it as loud as I can. I'm putting it as loud as I can right now. That's as loud as I can make it. I cannot make it louder.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from
Is that
Grinding
fine?
Gear Games. And today we're here to showcase a new expansion for POE1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these. Now, we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there, but we've got our shit together and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June, and we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both POE1 and 2. That means the next POE2 League will be in August, and the next POE1 League after that will be in October. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below. This Skull of Undeath will track and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important. Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off. And with that, let's get to why you're here. Secrets of the Atlas.
You
God, I
can
love
search a thousand
POE1.
worlds and still never truly discover who you are. Trust me. I should know. But now, I seek something more tangible. Someone I care for, trapped within the Atlas. Reliving memories, made real.
What have you done?
Made grotesque. Made foul. These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads must be eradicated. I must have answers. We must find the originator. We must save my sister.
God, I love POE1.
Her power is an illusion made real.
Move my camera.
Come, child. Drink deep the waters of life.
You're either a client or a target.
Target inside.
Job's done.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas endgame update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into POE1 and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into the core game.
Hey, Settlers is going core.
Finally,
People
we have
told
a
me it would
much-awaited
never
upgrade to
happen.
Betrayal
They
League
said it would
and a
never
set of
happen.
Quality of life improvements. Then, we'll
Bitch.
wrap up by discussing our boss kill race event, showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Jonathan and I your questions from Twitch chat.
Everyone said it wouldn't go
In
core.
Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas. Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and open portals to them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her. Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work? In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas, a thread of memories. In order to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence.
It sounds like Woven
These
Echoes.
areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree,
From last
scarabs,
Epoch.
fragments, and everything of the sort. As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills. For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps. Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability. As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items. Finally, obliterate them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive, and then wipe them out again, allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops
Imagine
twice.
doing that with Harbinger.
There are many combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go, so the deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of the altar mods. You are always presented with 2 choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits, where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the pinnacle boss, Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to defeat Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tears. With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses.
3 pinnacle bosses?
In this arena, the Moment of Reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread. Another memory created is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, Exiles. Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them. If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Starcaller unique abyssal axe. We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass. The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves to deal immense damage.
What the fuck?
What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them. Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill. Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are many cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to grant. Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory pedals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding. With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount, up to 100. This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The new pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies,
this is a
which
lot
can be
from,
used to manipulate the amount of memory
Epoch.
strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. This
love
orb's
that.
effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory influence maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new endgame content. Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses, meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new endgame system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange, the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus. Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay, along with some of the other services King's March has to offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry, King's March has already been completed. There will be no more town building. Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming League.
Oh, I like making
It's time
the
to
town.
talk about Mercenaries of Trathus. In
I'm
this
probably
league,
the only
you will
one.
meet veterans who have travelled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan Code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills. You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scornflux. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed. which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathis. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost had me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided. When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike. And if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that causes the fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well. He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them, then defeat them and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised. You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing. They don't level up, so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame. If your mercenary falls in combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, the gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while. Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalgurin ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionized Watch. Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades. Now, after almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town, and now its services can be used to their full effect. Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node. For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves. Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown, which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other Runegrafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the two input items you want to try merge together, and it has a success chance you can see. This method can result in the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects. Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way. By letting fate decide, it will combine the two items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable. As Settlers is now a core mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore, you could take this notable. Each ore has a similar node. Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic, Betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoi and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: Transportation, Fortification, Research, and Intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time. Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again. This has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time.
I thought, so...
The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards. By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace.
This was already one of the
Mastermind
strongest
still has a
things, I
chance to
thought.
drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding. It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too. Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items, but when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with scarabs to further customize your maps. We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all flames, or maybe mix and match. It's up to you. The Mastermind's unique items have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitterbind Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre.
Gassy probably loves that.
Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind, all the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced. We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends. One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your result. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you. Test your crafting skill or luck with this Reflecting Mist crafting spree, and see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise. And in this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item, then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique. For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided,
You're just trying to hit a
the
mage
quality
blood
of the
or something?
pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency. If you're lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines. Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them. They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them, or the equivalent on gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil.
Thank you.
Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations.
Give me a... Shut up!
Now before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance. We will be doing our regular character balance changes where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells, adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes, which include some favourites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark. Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved Betrayal crafting options, rune grafts for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace. In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also added a lot of the quality of life features that we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu, or by opening any full screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect. It's worth noting that in certain Pinnacle arenas, a debuff will be applied to you that prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the remnant of corruption currency. Orbs of Horizon have been updated.
From your stash,
they can now reroll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps.
Why do you have to
Doing so
carry
will
it with
reroll the
you?
base map and the Guardian of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments. During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach.
Thank God.
On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. you no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out, and is remembered on a per NPC basis.
Thank you.
The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased. When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on. There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes. Alongside the launch of Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathus League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered, either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body. As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it. When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate. The Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare or unique enemies. The Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise, or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose-thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers. Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration. It will keep track of the total number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded, or even failed. On top of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies. The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through. Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood. Looking to have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed as you try to whack as many Devourer heads as possible in the shortest time. It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends or just visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead with the Sacred Crypt Keeper back attachment. The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Mercenaries of Trathus. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathus League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas.
Jesus.
With release at the end of next
Wait, what happened?
week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame.
It's lagging a bit.
And exploring the new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Is it lagging on the main one too?
Welcome back, Exiles, to another...
Let me lower the latency to 1080 720.
All that we have to cover for Secrets of the Atlas. I am, of course, joined by Jonathan and Mark.
Is it lagging on their end too?
Folks. Thanks for
The
chatting
main
with
is
us once
lagging.
again.
Always great to have you over.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for being here as well.
yeah.
That's it. There was a lot of
Okay, it's lagging.
I think pressure on this one for you guys. Like, it's been a long time since we've had a big Path of Exile one.
I'm gonna take some notes here while he talks.
On expansion.
Sure,
and,
for sure.
How did you guys feel going into this, and how do you feel like you've been able to deliver?
I mean, honestly, I'm like pretty happy with where we're at. Like, it isn't a, like, you know, it isn't a full year. Of development, because, you know, obviously POE2 disrupted things a bit, but the main thing is we're kind of back in action now. You know, we've worked out the model for how the studio can function doing the stuff, and ultimately what it required is kind of like merging the teams back together, kind of having everything so that, like, you know, like
Real quick while it's lagging, I think the reason why they're lagging is because they're trying to stream in 4K, which is brutal on Twitch.
Person, but effectively, you know, we need sort of, like, you know, our best people to be able to work on both games in order to really make sure that they're good. And so, you know, that effectively means that merge sort of approach is definitely way better. And so now we've kind of got that, and, like, you know, now that we're back to sort of fix deadlines again and everything like that, I think it will just, like, go a lot smoother. And, like, you know, I'm pretty happy with, like, you know, effectively that we kind of got our
Yeah, I think so. While they try to fix this, I'm very surprised that they're trying to stream. I'm really surprised that they're trying to stream in 4K, because Twitch just released the beta for 1440p. So the fact that they're trying to stream here in 4K is very brave of them. But I'm guessing the next stream will just be 1440. Okay, we'll leave the audio going in the back. Can you guys help me? Let's take some notes here. Can you guys help me recap what we learned? So their new chain endgame maps. Kind of like last Epoch woven echoes. Again, we just got to make it real simple. We don't need to dive into a bunch of details. Yeah, whack-a-mole in the hideout. Three new pinnacle bosses. Yeah, the mercenaries. different archetypes. Must duel them, steal their items, or give them items. You can exile them if you don't want their archetype. What else can you do with them? Yeah, Betrayal and King's March or Core. Gold is now core. Yeah, new endgame crafting currencies. Yeah, you can hire them. You can steal their items, or you can exile them. This has ramping rewards. Okay, let's try. Oh, it's gone. They actually just shut it down. Let's refresh it.
Hello, folks.
Very smart. Now they're streaming in 1080p.
For the Secrets of the Atlas, we've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we're ready to get into a nice big long
They went
Q&A
back to 1080p.
here.
Can't stream in 4K on Twitch. It just doesn't work at all.
After nearly a year since the last major Path of Exile release, it feels like there's, a fair bit of pressure on this one to be something pretty major, but also to show that you guys still love and care about Path of Exile 1 and have a future for it.
Sure, yeah. So, as I was just saying, I feel like we've kind of finally got our shit together as a studio now, as I said in the intro. So we've sort of changed our approach. We've we've merged the development teams back together. We've kind of got everyone on one floor in the middle layer, like all the developers. And now we're kind of making it so that, we're effectively moving people, backwards and forwards from POE 1 and 2 sort of as needed. And that's definitely a much better structure for us because it just means that we get, all our best people can work on, whatever game needs it right now. We've always worked well with kind of the fixed, in the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model where it's we have a fixed deadline, but if we...
Let me put myself on the couch with Mark and...
what's ready by the time we get there. And
Jonathan.
I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, this really represents, what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, and so we'd expect to see this kind of, the amount of content every 4 months, as we go forward. And for POE 1 and 2 as well. So, now that things are back, I would say, we're kind of back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother.
There we go. Now I'm on the couch with them.
We're back.
That's not
we're so back.
Yeah.
Thank goodness we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so far, and I've been having a bit of a chance to play around with the mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have made them really powerful too. So
we've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for probably 5 to 10 years. It's been one of those things.
You've been telling me about it for years.
Yeah, exactly.
Came up with the POE2 Rogue Exiles. Came up during Settlers League. That's just the recent. A year ago, within the last year stuff.
You guys baited me pretty hard because last league you put out this system where you have these exiles that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait. That's what I've always wanted. And then it wasn't that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then literally next league, you do the mercenaries finally. So was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work. And, there was a couple of other things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty. and so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But yeah, that's kind of one of those things that if we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that the game would be too easy. So that's why we've kind of got that situation going on.
It means at best, if you're a more bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that. They're going to carry you probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot, right? So there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
That sounds like absolute beautiful chaos, like 6-player party plus 6 exile mercenaries.
Our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or 1 player and, I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. It was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially had.
That was the initial way to think about balance, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good because you want the mercenary to be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually, because it comes with like auras and things like that. Like effectively that all becomes part of your build at that point. So it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party with other people.
Didn't want to have the thing of like, okay, you join your 3 friends and then whose mercenary gets used.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
do I not get to have my guy now? And I don't get, So it's, we ended up getting away from that and just going, everyone bring the merc, and which results in peak chaos. But, it's fun.
And I mean, you can also have an animate guardian, and you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with them animate guardian, because I mean, how can you add mercenaries and then have a point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to animate guardian? However, if they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back. So at least there is still that penalty to having them be weak. So if they just die at the start, they're gone.
Yeah. Until you play another.
It's going to result in a lot more people using animate guardian in their build. But now you have to gear up your character, 1 animate guardian and 1 mercenary. So we'll multiple mercenaries technically. So we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes in that regard. And
yeah, I mean that's kind of cool though. Is like having all that extra demand for gear and. It's I was certainly like thinking about how I want to keep some of this gear aside for like the potential mercenary I was trying to find and things like that. But that adds a lot to that. But I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were never like that. We were way more strict with it. And I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue was it was so hard to develop POE2 at the same time when we had all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like in the mode where we can support both with the release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have things like
there might
holidays,
be like exactly.
conventions,
right.
clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4 month thing. But yes, it is the goal. 100% you go back to that. I think there is it is very, very important that you have, as a player and a long-term player of a game, of which many of our players are, you have that consistency and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played for my month, I've played for my 2 months, I know I can just, stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can know it's going to be coming again in 2 months, instead of that just like...
there for me again when I need it.
that like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a developer and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever again.
I imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the date's being pushed out.
It depends on the person. Some people kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah, okay, bit of mixture. And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's like a big change, whereas before you were explicitly trying to separate them, and there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where POE2 wasn't getting like, it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it kind of works. So we had to split the team to get POE2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back in, like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that, like the games are there's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of stuff. Like there's just so many elements that sort of make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is
for sure.
one of my most wanted quality of life improvements. That's a phenomenal announcement. But I certainly see people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that. And this support for the future is...
Unfortunately, WASD just can't really happen because... Well, okay, I say that, but there's the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WASD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the POE2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we'd need to port all of the armors from POE1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing. Yeah. There might be a world one day where that can happen, but it's certainly a long process to get that to happen.
That's what I was kind of wondering is, like, do you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is, like, warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be like so bad. I mean, it would be a lot, but not like, not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we've been pretty unable to make new combat animations for POE1 for so long due to all of the problems with the rigs. So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason. I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you notice, and if people have been playing POE1 for years, any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Not so much you can do with it now.
You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with like your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff, and I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing this. It looks a little bit silly, but
I mean, I am keen to do it though. Like it's just it'll take a while.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity between like the bosses in POE1 kind of like pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new, new content, right?
So
they get to just and the engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech for completely new content.
So they're looking like better and better and better, but the players are kind of staying a bit behind. So
don't need to rig anything to the bosses. They don't need to equip 10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
So that's a unique challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind of like how to approach it potentially.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So while we're on this kind of like frank discussion, is like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, like ultimately, like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of. It doesn't really, it's sort of hard for us to say, like, that like money goes to one particular team or another. Like it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in POE1 development mode, then POE1 takes precedence and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because POE2 needs it. And when we're in POE2 development mode, it's like, it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game like all the time, but it's like if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention. And so like every resource that POE1 could possibly need for this expansion was moved to it, to make that happen.
Yeah, I got to see that firsthand walking around. It was like 95% of people working on POE1 right now.
Right, in this moment, because it's in the last week. But but it's kind of variable. Like, I mean, if you look at things like the, I mean, you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. But it's like how much the VFX team is working on POE1 versus 2 in like the last,
Yeah, the whole, all but 1 is currently on POE, all but 2. I guess that doesn't really make sense. They don't know how many. So 80% of the team is on POE1 right now.
But it's kind of variable through the months.
But like, the dynamic thing is because obviously we had like 021 for POE2 that we're working on, and like yesterday I moved some people onto that, quickly got some stuff across the line, literally 2 hours later moved them back, and like it's like pretty hyperactive,
right?
Like, but honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible. Like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time.
I mean,
with the level of support we need. I mean, there's those videos even that were made by the like we're getting more people. It's like we can kind of manage it. So
I do feel like this is a positive upswing in that regard. Like it was definitely a bit of wavering there for a while, but I went from a 1-game studio to a 2-game studio.
One thing to note, and this is you say about the bosses going up and the characters, saying this, like that is also because we are, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to PoE1. Those bosses are, you know, animated or rigs from PoE2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff, but then like you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you know, put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes.
Awesome.
So you end up with this thing where, you know, we're actually harvesting a lot of materials back from PoE2 to 1. And this is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So
it's in ways where players can't tell though. Like it's really
you wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Like, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe, but you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art. And so you could look at it as like, oh, that PoE2 art is going on PoE2. It's not like all of that. I'm just constantly going, I'm going to take that, you know.
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, like you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really comes down to is people just want to know that they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys love it and are giving it the attention that it deserves.
The next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean, we're talking, what, every 4 months, both games? It's every 2 months, 6 releases.
6 releases a year.
Wild.
6 releases a year, that's going to be
If you guys can pull that off for a year, that's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But I mean, and to allay people's concerns, I guess, in that regard, is you were telling me that this expansion is like this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're saying.
100%. Like with obviously you there's a whole bunch I can rant about here, but effectively, yeah, obviously you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was important.
Yep.
You know, you got Zana coming back, and you've got you know, it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the end game to be still familiar. I wanted people, after coming back after almost a year, to still have the core of the end game be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore. And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics. And they come, people are like, I want PoE1, finally a PoE1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with. So it was really important with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, you know, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity, was important for this one. But yes, it is like part 1 of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're going to, over obviously a relatively long time, have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so, yeah, it's kind of set up for, right now it's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah, next one. Next one.
I do, yes. So, like, another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done, you know, a decent chunk of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that. You know, there's clearly ones like, I know Settlers had like just the Giga Melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems in drastic ways and all of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327, we're going to go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can to like, you know, amp that up and, I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to because I said that. But, you know, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content-centric, ones that are more character balance-centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content, in-game. We wanted our core players who have been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game, to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
that was a discussion we had yesterday, actually, was this idea that you don't necessarily have to worry about new player onboarding as much for Path of Exile 1 now. But that's more the focus for POE2.
I would definitely say that, yeah, for POE 1, it's like it's now very easy to just say, you know what, like if this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like we're making a game for the experienced POE 1 players, so like we can just go ham with all that stuff.
Yeah, you can kind of go nuts with
you
it.
know, like if you're a new player, then POE 2 is obviously going to be more appealing, you know, like I'd imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, POE 1's still, you know, like it's still a, like we're not going to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus of the content, like a lot more sort of in-game stuff, you know, the pinnacles obviously and things like that. Like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So you know, yeah. Of course, you've still got the leagues. You know, the mercenaries. I think you initially, when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like, you know, it's quite a thing.
Yes, it was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was Secrets about Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathis. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to endgame, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And, you know, there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focus. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, you know, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game, and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new, but there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansions to be announced.
People, ideally, our POE1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes, so not everything is there, but a lot of it is. You know, there's all those changes, and I thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new Pinnacle fights. Like, when we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And you could argue these aren't either because they're Pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing Pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify, there is a quest version of them where it is you get to tier 14s and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, you know, difficulty test. But yeah, as you pointed out, I thought that'd be all right. And then you did raise your like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new. And it was like,
yeah, where's the content?
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, we made some changes, of course, and as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from like tier 3 maps, where you're now you're finding those memory influence maps, or the influenced by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are actually very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the in game, and so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual Pinnacle storyline with the new 3 Pinnacle bosses. So yeah, I mean, look, straight up, it was just like what we thought was good oversight, but like, this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is that often, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel like something always
doing.
comes out of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these, which I love.
mean, there's so much that like to not and happening so rapidly and coming together very much, all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything and not miss like some things. And we always often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like that, right? It's just like very, very, very crazy. But again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games. So
yeah. So now like the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influenced maps, that drop memory influenced items that they can craft. Which I'm excited about that as like a progression, that crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile 1.
The initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from POE2 system into POE1? And it was like, well, why don't we just do it in the new in-game system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Like every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, it was like, well, may as well. Like the crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a bit scary. There's some OP there for sure. But I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But yeah, if we were to do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness. But
actually, that was a question I was wanting to ask. Was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE1 at this point? Like with all the various intricate, do you just kind of like make it and
you just
cross
have
your
to,
fingers?
You just have to effectively just take the chance and just come up with what you can do. Because if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything. So you have to on some level.
But it's the same with uniques. It's the same with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just like. Here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
That's kind of broken. Great.
It's fun though. It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement to like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and like the new Scarabs, those new systems, the integration of like the previous content that's gone core. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's like new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system. And that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like, there was Elva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely nothing.
The lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that were worthwhile.
We were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories, and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
good job.
Put all those on Kirak. And so all the Kirak missions that can now be offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that. So 2 birds, 1 stone.
Some love. That's
good suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands, we don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping, then you find the memories, I've already tripped up now. It's this thing we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus memory strands.
The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then I'm back to just regular things. So we're like, well, once you finish the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping but it's T16s.
Yep.
And more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory skills, better than T17s.
Good.
Which I know has been a huge concern,
Yep.
and I agree with that, and I am finally, hopefully, we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the
Excellent.
That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the intention to.
Well,
so we will.
Well, let's talk about the problem
elaborate.
with tier 17s then. So, like, obviously, there's a few issues going on there. It seems like that you had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously, it was presenting problems for build diversity as well.
It was also a clash because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the juicing. And so then
Yeah.
you have you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice. And it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way. Whoops. But they were still kind of fun for both axes, in some regard, minus a few little bits and pieces. Like, obviously, we had to do some changes to the mods, how they generated. Like, we certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. But it was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead,
Yeah.
So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence. All of these things, whatever. They're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with,
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening in tier 16s again, or is it still going to be tier 17s a bit? Or not sure.
Currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
Yeah.
So
you haven't taken a hard stance
I
on
think
it, yeah.
I think especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get in. You're like, oh yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters and I get all the loot twice. And then when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better. Like, how was it not? And then of course multiply that with all the all flames, and there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented. But still new tiers of madness.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree, and with it expanding, like with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to like how many points you end up getting and those decisions like between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
Like we do remove a little bit of nodes, and we have added some, but I wouldn't we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the all flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you apply like Breach League and a bunch of the nodes on the Atlas tree that are like, chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting scarabs of that league's type, which is kind of how POE2 did it as well with their leagues, where
play the content to get the
get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency, and influence the scarabs you're getting. That way you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them, and you can invest in some others, and we're just like, more agency is better here, like straight up. So may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft. So why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but let's just kind of be in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively. But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight, and stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the life.
If you don't have the right mercenary,
or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the League. If you're not playing in the League, or you don't want to engage with the League as much, you still got the end game, you still got Betrayal, you still got, the Settlers, all that stuff is all still there, the character balance changes, everything's still there. It's just, ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over-level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still, there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So, even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but when they have the currency pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that window. Okay. Yeah, it's so it was a bit juicier than I thought it was. Actually, it kind of caught me by surprise.
Yeah, why not? But it was interesting creating a, there's not many leagues where you get one reward.
Yeah.
And obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item,
picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think okay, I mean, you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their item should look like, to be comparable to something you would actually want or have. It's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Even Ultimatum, sure, you get one and many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to do, but, there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the, rare items and stuff like that, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, I actually want to take that as opposed to just always taking the currency. But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes. Yeah. There are 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about the Striker and I can't remember the names of Eruptor and stuff, but there are 30-something of them.
There's
and
30 archetypes of the mercenaries?
There's ones with curses and ones with auras.
30?
And ones with, I'm obviously listing all the utility stuff because I know that it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura, exiled.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we touched on the Trathus skills, but we only showed this. I feel there's maybe around 16 of them. Some of them
and
are
you
cool.
Can get those, right?
They can just be in their little pouch. And you can
just take one.
You can pick them, and if you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it. And that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills. And I know you have Blood Storm Call, which is physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's new spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the siege ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast rain. Blast rain was it? Yeah, arrow comes out, comes down, does a wave of almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So
that's some fun with that.
Spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So there's a lot of stuff.
Should have put more of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. And there's probably some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. It was a 42-minute presentation. It's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So,
in terms of making them fun to manage and hire and things like that, if you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passives on them or something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you didn't go to that level, because then there's no lock-in with them. You can change between them easily.
Would have been a bit annoying, I think.
Yeah, and a bit too much tedious upkeep.
Low micromanagement on this. So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that winners actually allocating individual nodes?
No,
I assumed not.
They have a Shrath and passive tree.
Okay.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean,
right.
like they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going on. But you don't need to care about that. It's just as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot, and they're pretty good. Of course, some are better than others. Some will be good for your build, much like you will have, here's the meta ascendancies for a league. Probably those, each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it'll be matched to your builds,
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy, I suspect, in the end. There's like, as much as it's pretty simple to just arrange them, there's going to be a lot of little minor complexities.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, are they going to have to implement some interesting...
It's definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's going to go in there.
Yeah, 100%.
They can give you auras and various other buffing skills. I had a Templar that had like an aura, and he had the smite with the lightning aura.
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries, and then your meta animate guardian, and then you've got oh my god, too many. I mean, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because, I don't know, like, that one has obviously the skill gem cost as well, potentially, like, supports and things like that.
Yeah, of course. But,
so that's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top. They don't cost you anything except gold.
Gold.
Yeah, gold. Which was, you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah, I mean, you already earned there. You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like vitality and enduring cry and kind of like a fizz aura and immortal call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
That's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like your mercenary.
Yes.
But look, these are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trathus, and they've come here, and they're like, "What are all you weaklings doing?" And so,
it was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one. And they're like wearing, Giga MTXs, and they got like all these different supported skills, and they're like comboing them together. And I'm like, whoa.
It's giving you something to aspire to.
Yes.
This is what I can become. Whoops.
I felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous Path of Exile, we might have be like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade. Now,
but this is in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay, fair enough. Good
and
point.
honestly, if I have to go your shoes versus my 15% experience, I don't know if I'm gonna.
Pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but that's part of my level I just lost. So I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Well, you got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realised that is not correct.
Oh, what was the...
I'm just making up numbers.
No.
Ignore me. I know that's the wrong number.
No. What have you done? That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, geez, I said I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
The question was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things? Like flask.
They don't
minions?
count as a semantic minion for like, minion damage and all of that. But I know, for example, all the, how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable. They deal less damage to your minions.
Oh, yeah.
They also they also get that damage reduction from those things because like they're not like going, there's an AoE here, I'm getting out of it and they're going to jump back in like you are. They're just going to soak the damage. And so, yeah, we've made it so obviously, they don't take as much damage from, those unavoidable attacks, so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky. So, on top of that.
On that same spirit of like, live improvements happening as we're talking about it. It's like yesterday I was asking kind of, can you heal them with like the minion flasks or something like that to like heal them in between combats? And later I got a message saying that, you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in POE2, where when there's some downtime, they kind of regenerate back to full life. So yeah, that change was made yesterday actually, and yeah, so now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen, and like explored a few different options, but it was just like, you know what, just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just whoop back to full life. So
love it.
It's
just good quality of life. Yeah,
you don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Yeah, anywhere, everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that.
Yep.
Nice, cool. And people seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing. Okay.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But I'm very much looking forward to playing my. Everyone knows I play my support characters, and you'd expect, you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like, it's all win.
That sounds about you. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, while leveling, I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a supportive role, or if I was like struggling in that regard. They did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that something that can happen in endgame though? Like that seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. Like, the only thing they don't have is, your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, I'm just saying, like, they are still a computer. Right, they are still at the end of the day doing that, so they might not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's like custom AI for each skill, right?
There is 100%, and
so they're a bit above the 50 percentile of players.
Yeah, they might be. I'd say around 55% percentile average.
Better than half you.
Computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, when you're like, giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely. There's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still, they're half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want, like, DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like,
there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
They only have one
so
portal.
now you're like, oh, damn it. I'm not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like the new Change the Animate Guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Sounds like a good way of doing it.
Sequential instances,
Much better than the losing gear and all that, all that drama.
We went through all that. I even had the maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right, what people will like, and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god! Now I got to do this again, and something unpredictable happens, or some monster skill is like particularly imbalanced, and it's like, oh my god, it just lost so much currency, so all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. Settlers Town went core. We didn't have to rebuild it. Phenomenal. Thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously is an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Gold as a core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where gold, with how gold improves things. I mean, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the
But I mean, I honestly I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the the new the trade the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think that stuff, I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully as the way that works. I think that's worked well. And it's funny because on the surface, you're like, oh, every game's got gold. But the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound items, and gold is the only thing you can't trade, and that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. It's got a definite place for sure, and we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Right now, it's not used for shops or anything like that. It's used for gambling, but it's not used for the regular shops. And there were some issues around that, but we might change that one day. Sort of hard to say, but I think it's definitely it's good.
Yeah. Okay. And that means obviously currency exchange is staying core and things like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is mixed opinions on. Some people love it. It's passive income, and but it's also an obligation. It's a thing you got to check in on. It's busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. We made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the focus of the league anymore.
It's
we don't want it to be overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. And look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't. And that's great. That's everything in PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it. You can choose not to do it. Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that.
Skipping the recombinator is a huge mistake. The recombinator
other ways
is
to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up an excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE2 or something like that to sink the rest. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see.
Do it so good.
It's a fun strongbox, but that will come to PoE1. I promise you.
100%.
So, there'll be ways to do it, but we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice.
You touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it wasn't optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we've missed the mark a little bit for sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit. And
there's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that
element.
Yeah,
for sure. If you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of those rune grafts, a lot of them are pretty crazy off-build stuff, and there's a good set of chase ones in there, and there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get, but I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving two different passive tree mechanics that can coexist as the rewards, aside from obviously recombinating and map running and stuff, but as opposed to just the freaking insane enchants that you were getting on your weapons
so
before.
The enchants are gone then. This replaces that, which I think most people expected.
They were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but I wouldn't say that we won't see some sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
And we're a bit more regulated and stuff like that, but, because there's room for that. There's design space for that, but we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is where you go to get your alternate passive tree stuff. I think for changing masteries and changing nodes, I like that as the reward from it.
It was a pretty funny reveal of the live reveal of the recombination changes because everyone was like, "Oh no, you did it! You got rid of the old one and replaced it with this." But then obviously the old one's still there.
We're here seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, "Don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right."
It was very entertaining from our perspective.
So that's all right. And then all of a sudden, L's www saved. I love it. I very thoroughly enjoy watching chat. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of recombination. Is that changed or nerfed in any way, or is that just as it was?
The old way, I can't speak to that with an absolute certainty, and I would have to talk to, one of the main designers dealing with that. But I did say like we should pretty much keep it the same, and if there is a change, it needs to be like very much justified. It's now like,
the old recombinator is
people like it for a reason.
Strong,
like, keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously
the godliest
not the play. You may as well not keep it at that point. So. Yeah, it was certainly the intention that we keep it. It's
strong
still
if you know how to do it.
If anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive, so it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing the very. I think that is maybe the thing we concluded when you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items. We're making it a bit more expensive. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway,
not
unless
a barrier
you were
for the people doing it usually.
Sure. So, I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this point. And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the actual functionality of it. But I'll verify, and if it is the case, I will let the community.
I feel like the old recombinator is too strong and needs to be nerfed.
An ongoing thing has been that gold is very present
it's
from
way too
Core Atlas mechanics and certain things, but other things just literally don't drop it. You do Blight or whatever and you just don't get gold, or Sanctum just doesn't get gold. That's obviously a separate topic, but is this something that has been normalized across the game? Do you want players to be in a position where they can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like, do this, too much gold, lower, and we had penalties and increases all over the place, and a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%. So
okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
I think the most compelling argument I heard in favor of like making sure that those had access to gold was for the player who wanted to focus on just that. They just wanted to heist.
100%.
They can't currency exchange, right? That's the biggest problem.
100%. It isn't. It is just like, let's say it is already a relatively divisive league, and then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are like too rewarding to be like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold, Sanctum, and then when we're like, okay, which. We'll make some changes too, but then you have the things like Heist, where I would say it isn't that regard, and it's just like, why is the gold bad here? And it's like, look, we just missed the mark. So
well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me asking about whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much raw currency it prints early league for like a low investment for like really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over less ones. Obviously that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because they're literally we're like going to do them today or Monday. But like, which I know seems crazy. So they're not like massive grand rework, but at least for now we're certainly going to give it less of the edge it has. I don't exactly know what form, but it's not going to have. It's not just going to be untouched. In terms of like a grander future, like I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something. Like almost every league has something special, and that one is just like, obviously it's got a relic meta system, but it's just like, here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just like, here's all the currency. Then it becomes very quantifiably better or worse than just like core game. And obviously very, very early, it's very strong. And then, maybe juicing catches up, but then, it obviously gets a little bit crazy. And different axes, you get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things. But it's still, it's just that there's very easily quantifiable thing where it's like a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you're saying. But it needs its own thing. it 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes. I just don't know the exact specifics. And as a result, they won't be in the patch notes today. It will be in another coming soon section because it is. Yes.
Great.
I mean, again, I'm not. Why would we not stop? Why would we stop developing now? We have another
week before. It's like, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle your thumbs? Exactly. Sounds good. With the like big changes to Betrayal, which look phenomenal, that's obviously like a big overhaul for that and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of make me want to ask, like, do you have like another one that you're really looking forward to giving a similar treatment? I hear a lot of feedback about like quality of life around Bestiary, for example, being not where people want it.
That is on our radar. There's, I know, for like itemizing beasts and improving the quality of life, there is a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
Maybe more than a little bit. But you know, like talking about like the Sanctum reward as an example. There's some others, like I'd love to give, you know, Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, you know, do something with Delve. You know, it's just all those, there's probably more that once I actually look at the full list, I'll be like, here's some obvious ones. But look, these things fall out of popularity, they fall out of favor, they get outdated, they become old, you know, like
legacy of a decade.
You know, it's what happens. But the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we circle back and give it a whole fresh coat of paint. New rewards, new systems, new interactions, you know, or, you know, step forward the storyline and evolve it into a mini sequel sometimes as an option. You know, there's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So, like, you know, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss and you have what is this thing I'm finding? You know,
100% confirmed.
Again, now because I've said, hypotheticals have to become realities.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week, and in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. I was like, you didn't even say it, but I said that in my mind, and now it's true. So. I'll hold you to that.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Phenomenal. Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the Bestiary mention. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from POE2. Love it. Would love to see it in Path of Exile 1. Any reason why it couldn't be a thing or wouldn't be a thing?
What?
Do you hate it? Do you hate my hands?
I can't remember what.
Control click at an NPC and
it's on my list. It's still on my list. It's okay. I have my like, here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again, and I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
ID all would actually impact speedrunning, by the way, because wisdoms are huge.
It was like blocking me from just being like, hey, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around and make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and hideout as well.
It's actually going to change speedrunning and make it much easier. It's actually going to have a huge
Well, tell me who whatever Dev is working on, then I'll go make them lunch or something so they can focus.
I'll take you to them afterwards. But you have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to now buy them lunch. So
okay, I'll see what I can do. Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases. They feel quite dated at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment, where it's just like, oh, okay, like, you know, maybe like 40 immunity phases is just a bit much. It's not, I don't know what the number was. It wasn't that, but like, it was just a bit much. But yeah, a lot of those are going to need a bit of overhaul as well. It's hard to justify going back and spending a lot of time on that, but there's sometimes a very easy things we can do, because instead of doing that, we could just be making a brand new boss that's like way more epic, way more fun, and fits into a more modern and core thing. Whereas like some of those are just like very high end game, get some fragments. It's one boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like, you know, you want
These
your pinnacles
have been great
to be good.
questions, by the
You
way.
certainly want your end of line bosses like, you know, Katarina to be good, and that having as many immunity phases as it was just doesn't hold up now. Like, I would say it didn't even really hold up then either. It just, again, it takes you to really back out of the new stuff and go back and look at the thing to go, what is actually wrong with this, and look through everything and go, yeah, there's actually more bad here than I thought. And then you go through and fix it all and change it all and revamp it all and, you know, do it again X years later.
Yeah. it's been a while since we talked about this, but with a discussion about gold and the currency exchange, I feel like it's worth revisiting. Just like, how do you feel that the old trade manifesto holds up from way back in the day? Like now, in light of,
I would say that the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely shows that there's I mean, it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot. And I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like, I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do, and I still think we want to do it. The main thing is that, like, the gold allows us to make it so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having to do the actual trade with like individual other people. And so I do think there is a world where we can go to like where we can have a different system. We'll probably prototype that in POE2 first, I reckon, where we still don't have a permanent standard economy. That
are they saying
in POE2 we've got an economy that will exist forever, but that's not going to be standard, right? Because that'll
are
be
they saying they're going to implement an item trading system in POE2 and 1?
Completely damage the economy without while being able to recover.
I know from my perspective, when the currency exchange came out, I was like, after we played, and it was such a relief of friction that I was like,
you were like, this is all we ever need.
Maybe this is enough. And then now after, and obviously then it started coming back a little bit. Then playing O2O on POE2, and then going and trying to trade for more items, I was like, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange. So I would say we scoped it out. We wanted to see if it was better enough, and then I was just like getting beyond angry trying to trade, and I'm like, why is the whole server AFK?
I think it might have been worse in POE2 because of more new players.
So what I found in POE2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started, people didn't know, go to, you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Basic etiquette
and I'm like,
stuff.
Are you coming? What's going on? And then they're sitting in Act 2 town, just like waiting for me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. That's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well, like weird new kind of like things of like culture things have grown out of that, just like kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing PoE players, and it's become a strange little
it's
thing.
real fun to watch, eh?
It's an interesting little social experiment thing going on, isn't there? But I think I think what you've touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good, I think.
That is exactly the thing that we
UX.
would prefer, right? The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, it still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the trade manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it for currency is actually fine because currency, it acts as a sink. It is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you've kind of got this like, if trade it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You can turns into more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, you just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point,
for sure,
and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is, because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play quality, your efficiency to that trade capacity.
So the fact that it works that way, where it's effectively character, like bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between us and other games. So I think it will work, but it's like, we're just going to have to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like
why does there need to be so much friction in trade? And we're talking about linear and exponential curves of trading. People log into trade because they just want to trade items.
Especially in the early game.
Why does this need to be like mathematically solved? RMT, you can't trade gold. You can't trade gold.
It still has to cost you something. It sort of needs to cost you something, so we just have to make sure we get it right. So when we do it, we're going to have to be very careful around that stuff for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, even if it was just kind of like you can only really like realistically do a couple items a day, then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be,
it exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like no way, never. That's crazy.
It is possible now for sure.
Which is I'm excited to see what you do to experiment with that. Mark seems keen.
Won't be too far away, I think.
Bloody
but,
AFK people.
As I said, I'm
They're
pretty
trying
sure
to combat
pretty sure we're going to prototype it in POE2 first.
Yeah, that makes
Where
sense.
we've got a bit more leeway there.
Like you said. I mean, that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there for the people maybe concerned that you don't care about it.
Right.
So
I guess so, yeah.
How is that different from bots sniping on the trade site,
who are
though?
listing items,
Here he goes, rant time.
and then you're not even AFK, you're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that price if you don't want to sell it.
Please,
Stop
it. Please. Or actually, no, you're going to keep going now because then you're going to have more drive to get this new system implemented. So, yeah, it backfires, but
There is
whatever.
There is that. Make trade as bad as possible to motivate you
No,
guys.
we're not having some accelerationist concept here. That's terrible.
And that is the note that we'll wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with us. And thank you, Jonathan and Mark, for answering our questions today. I look forward to playing more of Secrets of the Atlas and Mercenaries of Travelers.
Yeah. Well,
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone has fun, and we're back.
Yeah,
we're so back. We're so back. So back. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Okay, like usual, I have a whole write-up here that we'll go over. It's 2 pages long, but don't be fooled by that. There's way more content here than 2 pages worth. Okay. All right. Oh, nice. It auto named it for me. I like that. Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 pages here, but really it's a lot more than that. All right, let's move the webcam here, because as much as I enjoyed sitting on the couch with them, maybe I probably should go back to my spot over here. So like we always do, we'll just recap everything here. Yeah. All right, so we just had a super mega massive POE1 update. We haven't had one in about a year, and I just tell you straight from the beginning, if you missed any of it, I would say the update was quite colossal, not just for the update that's coming out next Friday, but also just hearing their insights about the future of not only POE1, but POE2. There's almost nothing here that I think is going to make people mad, and the future looks very bright. So I have 2 pages here, but really they talked way more than 2 pages worth, but we're just going to try to condense it and make it as simple as possible. There's going to be, like, in normal fashion, there'll be a colossal patch notes where the POE1 ultimate Giga Chads will read through it and find out all the fine tunings of everything, but we're just going to go over the high level stuff. So anyway, the first thing that's probably one of the most important things is POE 1 and 2 will release on 4-month cycles, and there'll be like 2 months of downtime in between them. So if grinding your games and the Path of Exile games are your favorite games ever, this is guaranteeing that we're not going to have these like major lulls in the ARPG space. Then Last Epoch now hopefully can dip in between them. No Rest for the Wicked, Torchlight, Diablo 4 can weave in between these cycles, and they're hard committing to this. And they said other than like mega game releases or like big like video game conventions, should be about on 4-month cycles for each. They added pausing to POE 1, works everywhere except for pinnacle bosses. You can now, one of the new mechanics is you can chain endgame maps. It was kind of like Last Epoch Woven Echoes, which went very well last league for EHG. There's ramping rewards, and there's 3 new pinnacle bosses. Yes, in one update, they added 3 new pinnacle bosses with new uniques. One of the uniques that they showed was a warrior casting star comets everywhere and just wiping. Oh my god. All right, everybody, time out. Path of Exile just raided me. Jesus Christ. Dude, Jonathan and Mark, Ziggy, are you guys there? Can any of you guys hear me? Woody also raided me. Thank you, Woody. Dude, are you guys there? Listen, I'm going to assume you're there. I'm not sure that you're there. First of all, Ziggy, I loved your questions. I've watched a lot of your interviews. Out of all of your questions, I thought these were some of the best ones that you've asked. You were actually really asking like everything that I was really wondering about. That was godly. Hey, Mark and Jonathan, are you there? Thank you. Thank you for your work on POE1. It really matters. And POE2 as well. But people think I hate POE2. I don't. I'm sure POE2 is going to be godly on the launch, but it really matters. It really matters what you guys are doing here. Like, to a lot of people. People fucking love Path of Exile 1. So thank you. Good job on losing all the weight racks, but fuck POE2. Thanks, I guess, but why do you hate POE2? I don't hate POE2. But thank you guys. Thank you for, that's the biggest raid I've ever had. 34,000 people. What the hell? That's unbelievable. And Woody raided me. I saw that. Thank you, Woody. What a god. Woody and I are Batman and Robin of Diablo, so I think I've rated Woody the most, and I think he's rated me the most in the last 6 years. Remove WASD from POE2 when? God, what are you guys on? Remove WASD from POE2. You hate POE2. What the hell am I even reading here? Woody, I think I'm going to play D3 tomorrow, by the way. I haven't played in a long time. Like years. So guys, if you guys are interested, we're just doing an update on, we're reading through everything. We're just recapping everything that that's a dangerous thing to say after a 30k PoE raid. I think if there's one game that Jonathan and Mark are not scared of competing with them, it's Diablo 3 anymore. Blizzard has literally sunsetted the game. I don't think they're too afraid of Diablo 3. I don't think they're too afraid of anybody, to be honest. The patch notes are out. Can somebody link them to me? Maybe we should we look at, what do you guys want me to do? You guys want me to recap everything that they just talked about, or do you want me to look at the notes and just say screw the recap? What do you want me to do? Patch notes, both, recap, do the recap, then the notes, do the recap, then the notes, do the recap, do the notes. Okay. Let's do the recap at the speed of light, and then we'll do the notes. So let's just get back into it. So anyway, there's new chain endgame maps, there's ramping rewards. They added 3 new pinnacle bosses with new uniques. And then they said somewhere later in the thing, I think Mark said that the new pinnacle bosses are actually like a higher difficulty than the previous pinnacles. He said there was like the quest version was just a little bit easier. And then I think like the farmable version is harder. So new challenges. There's memory influenced items. It's kind of like forging potential in Last Epoch. The higher the memory influence, the better the stats that you get, and you like consume it down. So they built a whole new crafting system around it. Dude, one thing that I got from the Q&A, they said, did they say that there's 30 different mercenary archetypes? Did they say that there's 30? I can't believe they didn't put that in like the video. I couldn't believe it when I heard that. Like, that's insane, is it not? You need to duel them, you can hire them, or you can steal their items, or you can exile them if you don't like their archetype. They're going for a low micromanaging system. The mercenaries can't level up. They don't have passive trees. Well, they literally have passive trees, but you can't interact with them. You can just see their skills and supports that they have, and they want you to be able to swap between them easily. I think definitely in PoE 1, it feels like most of the league mechanics that they release, this is not their strategy. Like, I don't know, like literally anything that they release is usually very, very in-depth and do this and do that and strategy and this spreadsheet and this tool and da-da-da-da-da and how do you solve this? And I think with the large amount of content already in PoE 1, I think that they can get away with releasing stuff exactly like this. I think it's like better for the game in a lot of cases, where like if Diablo 4 was releasing a very low micromanaging new endgame system, I think that would be a bad thing because there's very little content there, right? But I appreciate that this new system is not going to require like a PhD to get your mercenary buddy out there, because there's already so many other things. There's already like 10,000 other things that you're doing. I think at a certain point, it just makes your brain explode. You want the file? Yeah, I'll give it to you at the end. I'll share it with you if you want it. There's new endgame crafting currencies. In recombinating, you can use either the PoE 1 way or the PoE 2 way. Now, in the PoE 1 way, in my opinion, recombinating is one of the strongest things in Path of Exile 1. There is some depth to it, but it's not exactly like building a rocket ship here. But in PoE 1, last season with recombinating, I made literally all of my gear with recombinating. That was actually a fun stream. Fubgun and I were on Discord, and we made my claw, and then I think I made my chest piece on my own. But I made like close to a mirror tier claw and a mirror tier chest piece with the PoE 1 method of recombinating. It's just so strong for combining like tier 1 affixes together. Like, if I could suggest one thing for new players to learn, like if you want to make something really godly, it would be learn how to recombinate. And I don't exactly know. I understand the difference between the two methods, but I don't know how the PoE2 method could be better. I don't know how the PoE2 method could be better. So I think if what Mark said was true, that they didn't really change how the PoE 1 math worked for recombinating, there is a 99% chance I'm going to be recombinating all of my gear next league because it's just insane. So that's cool that you can choose the way that you do it. Gold is going core. I think gold going core will help Path of Exile 1 in a lot of ways. For example, they discussed that they could use it as a way for balancing trading. King's March going core. You want to know what's funny? I played the Settlers League and I played Thracia, and I don't think there was one person. I don't think there was one person in my chat, and I asked it on multiple streams. I asked them, would Settlers or King's March go core? And everyone said it would never happen. And in the very next league, they made it go core. Now, granted, you don't have to rebuild the town, which 99% of people are going to love that, so it's a good change. I don't mind rebuilding the town because I love games like Heroes of Might and Magic. I love those kinds of games, so I wouldn't care. I would rebuild the town every time, but I get 99% of people probably don't want to do that. Yeah, but they literally just made it go core. You know, the thing that I never understood, though, I'll tell you, I did Settlers, and then I did Freysia. You want to know what I never understood? I never understood the mappers. Because the mappers were such an outrageous gold sink, even when I was chain farming T17s, the amount that they cost me versus the return I was getting on the mappers was like, it never seemed worth it. So I must have been missing something with the mapping, because the shipments were good. The crops and the shipments, that was good. But the mapping part is like, excuse me, sir? So I don't know if any of you guys ever actually got that like working and profitable for you, but it was like, I don't know. I even at the highest level, I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, my rank 9 and my rank 10 mappers would die. That made me very unhappy. You didn't have enough gold for the mappers. The mapping was really bad for how much you had to maintain it. You tried it and it wasn't profitable. You never had enough gold. Yeah, it was... I only used rank 9 and 10 mappers, and man, Jesus. I couldn't get them to... I couldn't get them to get me anything. All right, so Betrayal rework. Everyone that plays PoE1 a lot probably knows all about this. The way I would explain Betrayal to the people who don't know what it is it's like playing Clue in Path of Exile. This is probably, I would say Betrayal is potentially the most complicated mechanic, and it's actually hilariously probably the mechanic I understand the most. And the reason why I understand Betrayal is because when I was doing SSF hardcore, when I was trying to learn the game, a lot of my chat, like Karamon and a lot of the PoE1 Giga Chads, were telling me that Betrayal is one of the godliest like mapping strategies when you're going hardcore SSF to get your unveils and stuff. So I literally spent months doing hardcore SSF with my chat screaming at me that every Betrayal decision that I made was always wrong. Where like you move people to certain areas and then you build the rivalries, and then you rank them up, and then you can pass if there's a bad outcome and this and that. Then you go kill Katarina, So this is actually, even though it's the most complicated thing, it's like, this is probably the thing I probably had the most experience with. But now, if you understand how to get the setup going, the Betrayal doesn't reset. So you could just do Katarina separately. So that might not mean anything to you, but the fact that it doesn't reset means that I think the effort of you going to get all the people to rank 3 in all of the correct, like, I can't remember exactly what it is. It's like, if you get somebody like Vorici in transportation or something, when you go to the house, then he drops a full stack of divination cards. So if they drop like, I don't know, like the doctor or something, then you just get a headhunter or whatever. 15K viewers, I'm popping off. I'm not. Path of Exile rated me with 30K. It's all credit to them. But it was massive that they rated me. That was so nice of them. That's grab and research. Oh, okay. They put Whack-A-Mole in the hideout now. I think you have to buy it with an MTX, which people were screaming is pay to win. I don't know if you think Whack-A-Mole in your hideout is pay to win. You and I don't think the same way. Do you get the hat if you're here? I think the drops work for anyone in the PoE directory. So then the Q&A came, and then Ziggy asked probably the most important question first. Are we really getting regular updates for PoE 1 and 2? They said they figured out how to shift their employees effectively, and that should be 4-month cycles for each game. That's probably the best news out there. Is WASD coming to PoE 1? It's already in PoE 2. Said they need to get the port of the characters over and the microtransactions. It's a long-term goal. Said right now it'd be way too hard. In the future, it might be easier. Is the PoE 1 endgame going to be expanded further? They said yes, this is just an additive update to what the game already has. It's part of a multi-part update. The next update is going to be more transformative, which is probably great because grinding gear games cooks all the time. Like almost all the things that they release go very well. The only thing that I would say about this for a slight caution is PoE 1, in my opinion, and I think in most ARPG players' opinions, already has the best endgame by far. So when I hear that we're being transformative with the endgame, there is at least a small percentage of me that's a little worried. It's like, okay, I believe you. I believe this is going to be great. But what you already have is great. So we'll see what they're moving around here. So it's going to be, I think they said the next update is going to be very heavily focused on characters, like revamping how wand builds work. That kind of reminds me of No Rest for the Wicked, where I wanted to play a mage, and in order to play a mage, I had to walk into melee range and whack them with my weapon to like get mana or stamina to cast a spell. I'm like, this is not a mage. If I am walking up and whacking him with my wand, this ain't it. Is PoE2 the beginner-friendly Path of Exile game? That was a good question. It said yes. In general, the development of PoE 1 will be focused on updating the end game of the game rather than focusing on making it easy for new players. I really think that grinding gear games, to make PoE 1 accessible for new players, doesn't need to do really anything much different than what they've been doing in the last year. They're giving us some reasonable quality of life, and they're cutting out some of the unnecessary bloat. As Mark explained it, going back to the other mechanics and giving it a fresh coat of paint. Dude, if you gave everything a modern, fresh coat of paint, I really think that that's enough. I think that's enough to get people into the game. So, PoE 2 is brutal compared to PoE 1. Well, it depends on what you mean by that, though. PoE 2's systems are much easier to understand than PoE 1 systems. I'm not talking about the difficulty of killing the Act 1 boss. I'm not talking about the difficulty of killing the monster. We're talking about understanding the systems or the essence of the game. Understanding PoE 2 can be completed in like a 1-hour YouTube video. Understanding PoE 1 is a 5-year PhD in 300 spreadsheets. I have 1,600 hours. I have 1,563 hours in PoE 1, which is considered practically nothing. And I can like barely make my own functioning build. And in PoE 2, if you gave me any class, I could make I could take any class and kill T4 Zesht easily. So I'm talking about the difficulty of the systems rather than the difficulty of killing a monster, right? I've only played PoE 1 for 1.5k. I've only been playing for 1 year. How does a 5-year PhD for POE1 make it easy for beginners? It doesn't make it easy for beginners. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree with what they said, that POE2 is the more beginner-friendly game. It isn't easier for beginners. I'm saying the opposite of what you typed. Okay? POE1 with a bad build is impossible. It just depends on what you consider beating the game. Like, what do you consider beating the game? Beating the campaign, beating some maps, getting to T16 maps, doing the 4 Void Stones, killing the pinnacle bosses. I mean, what's the end of POE1? I have a PhD in POE1 is harder. How do you add new crafting to POE1? Do you worry about balance? I really liked what Jonathan said. If you worry about everything, you'll never make anything. I think, who was it? I think it was Albert Einstein. Did Einstein say, who said it was, show me a person who never made a mistake and I'll show you someone who never accomplished anything? Was that Einstein? Who said that? It reminds me of that quote. So they say they just, they do their best to tune it, but they just send it. There are looming concerns with T17s. There are only 4 maps. They aren't sustainable, and you have to trade for them. Like, this is why I was saying earlier that I love Ziggy's questions. This is exactly how I feel about T17s. Like, for me personally, I don't know if you guys agree with this or not. I would say out of every aspect of the endgame in POE1, I think currently, that was Ronald McDonald. Oh yeah, Ronald McDonald is really known for his wisdom. I would say T17s are my least favorite part of the endgame. Leia, it was Einstein. Okay. By the way, hi Leia, how are you? It's exactly what he said. There's only 4 maps. I don't particularly like any of them. I have to trade for them because they don't drop for me reliably. I don't know. I like T16s way better personally, or pinnacle bossing. So their original intention was for 16s to be the juice and for 17s to be the way to boss. And they said the memory threads might bring it back to the T16s, and if not, they'll adjust it further. Do mercenaries count as minions? Not literally in like minions gain damage on the passive tree, but like when pinnacle bosses do less damage to minions, it will apply to the mercenaries. Are mercenaries strong? In general, it sounded like they're pretty strong until like the super end game. If you have a super juice character, you probably just outpace and nullify your mercenary. But then you could just turn it into an aura bot. I have a feeling they'll be valuable the whole way. Will other mechanics be improved? Yes, and they listed a million of them. Delve, Blight, Bestiary, Temple, Sanctum, tons of things. Can we ID all in POE1? Essentially, they said it will happen. Now, the interesting thing about ID all in POE1 for me personally is I'm only starting to dabble in speedrunning in POE1, but in the early game, which is the hardest part of speedrunning, when you have no build and your character blows and you're trying to get through Act 1 quickly, Scrolls of Wisdom are literally everything. They buy you gear, they buy you your gems that you need, they buy you everything, and they're just not easy to come by. If they implement an ID all, it will make speedrunning so much easier. I'm just counting the number of wisdoms I will save in Act 1. Boss immunity phases, they're going to try to reduce those because they think they're dumb. I agree. Here's maybe the most important thing of anything they talked about, an item trading system. And they said the exchange went well, so they'll probably prototype something in POE2 first, is what I got from their answer, which is Probably going to make a lot of people jump for joy here because going to the trade site, I mean, Mark described his experiences. Yes, nobody ever answers. Nobody knows the proper etiquette to trade properly. Who goes to whose hideout? Who opens the trade window? I mean, it's just a nightmare. And then why don't you implement it now? Because they want to properly implement the friction within it, like with the gold costs and getting the value of the items correct. And they have to combat things like botting and RMT and stuff. Okay, so that's my review. So why don't we look at these patch notes? I mean, I don't know. Someone said it's 15,000 words. I'll be honest, I don't know how to approach this at all. The first comment is chicken is better than steak. All right. Let's try to go through this quickly. There's going to be a lot of things I just can't intelligently comment on, and I really don't feel like making a fool of myself, so let's just look through here. Okay, this is lore. We can skip all lore, right? This is kind of like the chain woven echoes that we saw. Ask ChatGPT to summarize it. No, don't skip the lore. We're skipping the lore, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, there's new threats in the maps. We know that. They apply an alter that applies buffs to all the maps. We know that. Final map is a true challenge. You want to know what it's like, honestly? It's kind of like also like Diablo 4's new update, but just super, super juiced. Because Diablo just stitched 3 nightmare dungeons together, didn't they? Yeah, I tried it on the Diablo 4 PTR, and it seemed indistinguishable from just running 3 nightmare dungeons in a row. Okay. Okay, we know that. Okay, this is lore. We meet the mercenaries, we hire one, we take their items. Okay, a lot of this, they covered all this, right? We're not learning anything here. We know this. We just talked about this. I'm looking for new stuff here. 40 new challenges. Is this like the battle pass of like PoE? What's a challenge? Is that like the bar that you move forward and you get like free stuff and then paid stuff? I'm telling you, I'm pretty new to PoE. I'm kind of a dumbass. Their league achievements, and you get oh, it's all free. It's all free. Okay. It's just free MTX. Oh, okay. That's nice. You receive pieces of a mercenary totem pole in your hideout? Wow, I didn't know we got a totem pole. Okay, they talked about all of this. Okay, 20 new uniques. 5 div cards. pausing the game. Can't pause on pinnacle bosses. You can slash heist to go to the rogue harbor. I've never really done heist. People said that I hated it because they said heist has a bunch of doors. I don't like doors. The maximum number of players in a single instance of the rogue harbor has been halved. Okay. A message outputs whenever the nameless seer or a reflecting mist spawns in a map. Does this mean when you engage him or when you start in the map itself? Because is the nameless seer where you move a div card to a map that you want to farm? Like you move like Apothecary to Jungle Valley or something? Okay. You have to kill stuff to spawn them, okay. Okay. You can't lose experience in the following areas. So you don't lose experience when you fight the pinnacle bosses? Is that the Sacred Grove? Isn't this Harvest? Wait a minute. This is actually important, isn't it? This is actually huge. Why didn't they talk about this? We got to make a new category, guys. There's more stuff here. Patch notes. Cannot lose XP on pinnacle bosses. They did? Oh, maybe I'm just bad at listening. Okay, we know about this. Thank God they're stacking currency. Has Grinding Gear Games ever talked about vacuum pickup? How do they feel about that? They don't like it? They say hell no. Like a pet, I mean I'm happy to click it. Like I'll give you an example. Last league I did Harbingers, and the Harbingers dropped so much loot because they don't even drop like orbs. They drop shards of orbs or whatever. And after playing that for a week, my hand was like broken. I'm not even kidding. I vowed I would never play Harbinger ever again. So I'm talking about for stuff like that. Okay, so they took out some maps. They added new maps. I want to see. Burial Chambers is one of the best, right? And the other good ones are Jungle Valley. Looks like they didn't get rid of Jungle Valley. I really like Dunes. They didn't remove Dunes either. Strand, yeah, Strand is still, looks like it's still here. Okay. Okay. I understand that. Okay, they changed the... See, I'm just not smart enough to understand what this means. So I'll let you guys take 10 seconds to look at it, but I mean, I can't speak and tell. I don't know. My POE1 encyclopedia in my brain is not high enough to understand how this would actually impact the game. So can't comment on that. We know this, we know this, we know this. They talked about it. You have to reach the end game to go to King's March. Okay. We know this already. This is a new thing. We know about that. We know about the recombinator. They showed these 3 things already. These are clusters, okay. To get more ore. All right. Okay, just tons of different endgame options for ore. Okay. Okay, there's only 5 job rankings for King's March now. Oh, thank God. This is very important. They moved one of the lampposts. Thank God. I was hoping to see that. This is huge. This is huge. Less immunity phases. We know about that. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. Katarina can drop new stuff. And now she can drop rare double veiled items. Time to taken to reach a safe house is longer. That's interesting. I think they were talking about that. I'm going to put that in here. I don't remember them talking about that, so that's nice. I don't know who Banana is. Yeah, the lamppost reposition is a huge W. The safe house rewards have been completely rebalanced. Uh-oh. So does that mean all of our cheat sheets don't matter anymore? Or we have to learn how to do it completely differently? Yeah, any cheat sheet users. Oh, damn. This is godly. They talked about that. This is good because removing all rivalries in like almost every situation was bad, right? Rivalries in general are good. Bargaining with them gives fewer currency items. I don't like that. Okay, this I'm not going to be able to speak on any of this. You got to go to like a Giga Chad like Zizarin or something. None of this means that, like, I don't know. Let me look and see if I've used any of these. I'm sorry, guys. I'm too stupid for this. You got to watch Ben or Zizarin or somebody. Let me just see. Is there anything here that I actually used? It looks like a lot of these are the transfigured gems, right? They said that they're going to make a lot of the transfigured gems that nobody uses, like, better. Hey, I use this. We use this, right? We use this when we're speed running with rolling magma, right? The holy flame totem is godly in the early game. Now it can Now this thing's going to cook even further. I like that. Wonder what Pox thinks about this one. It looks like a lot of this is transfigured gem changes. Okay. Thou lightning strike. Oh. 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 Uh-oh. There it is, boys. That was my whole build last time. Went from 114 to 75, and then from 237 to 177. Adios, Val Lightning Strike. Hey, they nerfed Archmage too. Wah! We only get 16%. Archmage got nerfed. Wah. Okay. Ascendancy changes. Again, I'm not at all strong enough to know what this means. I don't know what any of this means, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just too stupid. I couldn't name you one ascendancy node from any ascendancy. I could do it easily in POE2, but not in POE1. Wait, we took this all the time. Wait, we took this too. Wah! So elemental mastery with the hits for elemental monster resistance as inverted. I used to take this on everything. Was 25, now it's 15. Same with the leech passive. It was 10% of leech is instant, and now it's 5? Wah! Okay, uniques. Let's see if there's a single unique here that I actually know. Nope. Okay. See, I told you these patch notes would be easy. All you have to do is just know nothing. Then they're easy to read. Hey, this is probably a buff, right? Because Orbs of Regret is kind of useless now because you just use gold. So they drop the Orbs of Regret drop chance, and now they just give you other currencies. So isn't this a buff? Isn't this a buff? Life and mana leech modifiers are now suffixes instead of prefixes. Wonder what kind of effect that'll have on the game. That seems important. You can't get resistances on crafted weapons. Isn't that huge? Because, like, isn't it like when you slam an essence into a weapon, aren't like physical essence, aren't you like worried that you're going to get physical res on the weapon? So isn't this actually buffing like essences, for example? A Valdo's puzzle box lit. A tabula with 2 implicit modifiers. Any levelers out there? Ruthless specific. Nobody plays that. Hey, they made this more expensive, this more expensive, this... Okay. Some things went up, some things went down. Okay. I guess it's like a balance of both. Anarchy got triple the cost. But wait, it got triple the cost, but it got almost triple the buff, though, right? Got triple the cost for almost triple the buff? Oh my god, you can store maps and currency items in a 20 little thingy on the UI on the map device. Thank god. Control click applies the craft without clicking the craft button. I wonder why they didn't use this in your inventory. People said because RMT with the stash tabs, but it doesn't need to be in an affinity stash tab, does it? This is godly. They talked about that. If you build or upgrade a blight tower, it pauses the game if you use a controller. Wow. That's unfair. That's an unfair advantage for our console players. No, it's just kidding. It's fine. Okay, this is all good. We saw the microtransaction stuff. Okay, and then a million pages of bug fixes. We did it, boys. We did it. I kind of read the patch notes and digested them. Woo, go me. He's huge. Oh, it said controller, right? I guess I assumed it was console. I guess controller players. Is this a win or an L patch? I think that this patch will make POE1 significantly better. There was almost, I don't know if I can think of one thing that they announced that I think is going to make the game worse. Yeah, there were some Trickster Ascendancy changes. I know that the Trickster was godly before, but weren't people saying Trickster was overpowered? So maybe it does need to be nerfed. What did they do to Trickster? 2% more damage instead of 3. They nerfed Polymath and Escape Artist. Drixus, what's up, buddy? As an aura bot, Daisy, you're like a pure support character. You play with somebody else, and you literally stand there, and you give off your auras, and you turn the other person into a god. All right, well, today was a great day, guys. Today was a great day, was it not? All right, let's do something for fun. We do this every time. Let's do something for fun here. See what everybody thinks about this poll, or about this patch, I mean. Opinion on the patch. 10 godly. 7.5 great. 5 meh. 2.5 terrible. 0 horrendous. What do you guys think about this POE1 patch? I'm spamming the poll in the chat. Vote if you care. Vote if you care. Here it comes on YouTube as well. Vote if you care. Oops. Can't even paste properly. There it is. Vote if you care. What did you think about it? What do the people say? Is it not auto-refreshing? That's annoying. I have to click refresh. Wah. This might be pound for pound like the highest rating I've seen for a patch. People just love POE1, huh? Okay, so if we did a weighted average of this, what would this be like? It's going to be like an 8 overall, maybe? It's hard to get an 8 or an 8.5 from the ARPG crowd here. Yeah, maybe it's like an 8.5. An 8.5 from the ARPG crowd is not easy to do. I've been doing this a lot for a lot of different games on a lot of different patches. This might be the highest overall rating I've ever seen. That's pretty strong. What would I give it? I'll be honest with you. I actually, now that I think about it, I don't really think any of these options are a very great thing. It's not, this isn't like the greatest video game patch I've ever heard of in my life. But I think also a 7.5 might be too low. So actually, I gave you some pretty garbage choices. I think an 8.5 is a good average. It's pretty strong. The Twitch link didn't work. It didn't? The vote thing didn't work? Okay, people said it works. Okay. Okay, well that's a very strong poll. That might be the strongest one I've ever seen, if I'm being honest. That's pretty good. The weighted average was 8.50. Okay. Thank you. Amazing. Well, I'm planning to play a lot of POE1, not only leading up to next Friday, but when it releases. I don't think anything else is coming out for a long time, so I'm going to be blasting for a long time. I'm going to try to kill all 3 of the new pinnacle bosses. I'm going to try to get that unique star comet sword and make a sword comet man. That should be good. Yeah, a lot of people pointed that out. A lot of people said that grinding gear games appears healthier. They seem way less stressed now that they've released this. Honestly, I hope with their success that they're just able to hire more quality employees. Am I rooting for the Thunder or the Pacers tonight? I'm not. I don't care too much, but I always like the underdog. So I think I'm going to root for the Pacers just because they're the underdog. But in reality, I don't care too much. Who are you guys going for? OKC or the Pacers? The Pacers are good. I mean, the Thunder are insane, and the Thunder also have all of the draft picks. So I think OKC is gonna like 4-1 them easily, and they also have all the draft picks. So they also have all the draft picks. So that's insane. All right, guys, so many people subbed, primed, super chatted. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I'll probably go make a video on all of this. Seems kind of dumb to end stream with 10,000 people, but I've been streaming all day. I got to make a YouTube video, and I'm starving. Tomorrow, I will probably play the Diablo 3 season launch. People have been... That's what I was kind of known for in my career. I haven't played Diablo 3 really in like a year at least. But I'll probably play tomorrow. And then I think after tomorrow, I think I'm just going to play POE1 for like a month straight. So if you guys want to watch me try to kill all the pinnacle bosses, would love to have you. And if not, I understand. I'm just now, you know how like you have the cocoon and then it hatches, what is it, caterpillar into a cocoon or something, and then it becomes, it's like Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill, and Caterpie, Metapod, Butterfree. I'm only now like getting a little bit beyond Caterpie in my POE1 career. Last league, I did kill every pinnacle boss. I killed all, there's 9 of them, right? I killed Maven, killed Uber Maven, I killed Uber Elder, whatever the hell his name is. I killed Uber Cirrus. I killed I killed Fireball Man. I don't know his name. I killed Step on the Orbs Man. I killed I don't know, I killed all 9 of them. Whatever it was, the Feared or whatever, I did that. So we'll try to do all that again with some build, and then we will try to kill the new pinnacle bosses. So if you'd like to watch that, I would love to have you. What is this? All right. Why don't we throw a raid out here? Who do you guys want to go hang out with? Do you want to hang out with Fubgun? Do you want to hang out with Ziz? Do you want to hang out with Gazzy? Who should we raid, guys? The first 3 names, the first time I see someone's name 3 times, we're doing it. I got 2 for Fubgun, 1 for Mathel, 1 for Gazzy, 2 for Gazzy, 3 for Gazzy. I saw 3 Gazzys first. It's decided. I saw 3 Gazzys first. That's what we're doing. This will be really good to raid Gazzy because it's super late for him and he probably wants to go to bed, but then I'll raid him and then he can't go to bed, so we'll ruin his night. That's really good. I like it. Just kidding. I'm not that evil. Love that. Yep. Didn't know Rax was so evil. Bet you didn't know. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Grinding Gear Games, thanks for the raid. Grinding Gear Games, you ever want to do an interview with me? I mean, I'm kind of a I'm a POE1 dumbass, but I know POE2. Thanks for the raid, guys. I really appreciate that. That was the biggest raid I've ever gotten in my life. 30 some odd thousand. That was unbelievable. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. If you guys want to watch POE1, I'm going to blast it for a month straight. Document link. Yes, I promised you I'd give it to you. My bad. Anyone with the link, copy the link. Here it is on Twitch, guys. Here it is on YouTube, guys. My bad. I promised you I would give it to you, and I almost forgot. God, I'm stupid. Here it is on YouTube, guys. All right. Let's go hang out with Gazzy, guys. Good night.